Okay, never mind. Sorry for the delay. I don't know, somehow मैंने स्टूपिडिटी में गलती से एंड स्ट्रीम पे क्लिक कर दिया था स्ट्रीम में जाके। Yeah, it sucks. Sorry. Bro, एक और होता ये तो मजा ही आ जाता। एक मिनट यार। राइट, अब दोबारा अच्छा गया क्या? नहीं गया। तो द थिंग वाज मैं नॉर्मली एनहांस कर रहा था इसको और थोड़ा सा एक चीज देखने में मैंने ऑल टैप किया तो गलती में मेमोरी मसल मेमोरी के चक्कर में मैंने असेंड के बदले यहाँ पे एंड स्ट्रीम का बटन दबा दिया था पे। तो क्या इट काइंड ऑफ सक्स। नेवर माइंड, नाउ वी बैक दो तो ठीक है। एवरीथिंग इज गर्स फॉर रियल एग्जैक्टली ब्रो। Oh, at least we can make this एक लेवल और बढ़ जाएगा। बट आई डू नीड दोज मास्क जो मेरे पे अब नहीं बचे हैं। या आई हैव नो मास्क। अगर एक लेवल और बढ़ सकता तो हो जा। अब तो भाई प्रिंस पिक आया। तो प्रिंस पिक आया। पता नहीं क्या हो रहा भाई, पहले तो सब सही चल रहा था, अचानक स्ट्रीम में सभी गायब होने लग गए। शॉप से खरीद, ओ शॉप से तो मैंने खरीद। मास्क थोड़ी शॉप से खरीद सकते हैं। मास्क कैसे शॉप से खरीद सकते हैं? मास्क तो मास्क होता है, तो फार्म ही करना पड़ेगा। ओके वाली कैन नॉट इवन फार्म इट टुडे। चलो कोई नहीं, बात के लिए बिल्ड कर लेंगे। तो कोई इतना बड़ा सीन नहीं है। इट्स गोइंग गुड सो फार, सो वी कैन गेट इट लाइक बाद में।
If you'd like to see Liyue's tourist spots, I have a few references.
प्रिंस बेचारा आया था यार, स्ट्रीम बंद हो गई, निकल गया होगा सैडली। नो ओके, आई होप स्टारग्लेटर शॉप से मास्क थोड़ी मिल जाएंगे। आई डोंट थिंक स्टारग्लेटर शॉप से तुम मास्क ले सकते हो। सी नहीं मिलेगा, मास्क नहीं मिलेगा। तुम्हारा डोमेन मटेरियल है, डोमेन मटेरियल से कभी ये सब नहीं मिलता। अगर हम जीन बिल्ड कर ही रहे हैं तो जीन की स्किन भी ले लेंगे। हेलो व्हील मूवमेंट क्या होता है? हेलो फ्रेंड्स, वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम अगेन। थोड़ा सा लॉल हो गया था हमारे साथ। तो यहीं तो जाना है अपने को। चलो भाई फुल स्पीड में। यार एक तो ये टेलीपोर्ट पॉइंट नहीं मिल रहा मुझको, पता नहीं कहाँ पे है भाई। आज तो पहले ये टेलीपोर्ट पॉइंट खोजना है। आई डोंट फकिंग केयर, मुझे ये टेलीपोर्ट वे पॉइंट खोजना है, उसके बाद होगा एक क्वेस्ट। निकालता तो यहीं पे है कि यहीं पे है, बट यहाँ पे है ही नहीं। लेट मी चेक। ये देखो, ये दूसरे फ्लोर पे गए। अरे ऊपर वाले फ्लोर पे, नीचे वाले फ्लोर पे, किस फ्लोर पे पता नहीं। इससे ऊपर फ्लोर है नहीं तो टेक्निकली इससे नीचे वाले फ्लोर पे होगा, और नीचे वाले फ्लोर पे मुझे फ्लोर नहीं मिलता। इस फ्लोर पे भी नहीं है ये। तो अब क्या इतने नीचे फ्लोर, अब इतने नीचे भी फ्लोर है कहाँ नहीं है मुझे नहीं पता। ब्रा देखते ढूंढते हैं यार। असल मैं यही ढूंढूंगा कि है कहाँ भाई, मेरे को जानना है कहाँ है ये टेलीपोर्ट वे पॉइंट। कितनी इजी हो जाती मेरी लाइफ अगर मुझे टेलीपोर्ट वे पॉइंट मिल चुका होता। तो अभी तक नीचे नहीं, नीचे जाने वाली लिफ्ट चाहिए मुझे। नीचे जाना है आज, मुझे नीचे जाना है, मुझे ऊपर जाना ही नहीं है। या तो मुझे ऊपर जाना है बट नहीं जाना, नॉट फॉर नाउ। हाँ ये नीचे जाना मैं अम्मी को पता ही नहीं। ओ हेलो, मेरे को बंद कर दिया इन लोगों ने। फक ये हो रहा है। जॉन्गली वायर यू मोर्निंग, जॉन्गली मोन प्रोडक्शन जोन। ऐसा ना हो ये नीचे तो लेके जा रहा है। देख अभी भी इस वाले लेयर पे नहीं लेके गए, अलग ही लेयर पे लेके गए। मुझे समझ नहीं आता इस वाले टेलीपोर्ट वे पॉइंट की लेयर कौन सी है। प्रोडक्शन जोन 14। अच्छा ये प्रोडक्शन जोन तो लिखा ही है। नेविगेट करके देखते हैं। हम्म, ये किसी को आइडिया हो तो रास्ता बता दो, रास्ता बता दो। इधर ही होना चाहिए क्या? तो अभी प्रोडक्शन रूम्स, ओ अच्छा, आई थिंक ये यहीं है। गॉट इट फाइनली, आई सपोज शुड बी हियर। ओ सामने, ओ भाई, फाइनली फाउंड इट, फाइनली फाउंड इट। इससे भी नीचे है, इससे भी नीचे और रोड है। हाँ, नो वांट टू सी दैट। इससे भी नीचे फ्लोर है इसमें। क्या है तो करने क्या लग गया हम? चलो कोई नहीं, ठीक है, चलता है, लेट्स सी। अच्छे एंट्रेंस, एंट्रेंस पे आ गए क्या हम इसके? एंट्रेंस, एंट्रेंस पे आ गए क्या? जो वही जगह जैसे चाइल्ड निकला था समथिंग, एंड नो वी कैन नॉट गो आउट आई सपोज, वी कैन जस्ट गो इन। अच्छा दूसरी साइड जाना है। आई एम सो डम। आर्कॉन क्वेस्ट कर रहे हो क्या? यस वी आर डूइंग आर्कॉन क्वेस्ट, बट अब पता नहीं मैं क्यों भटकने लग गया इधर, जस्ट फॉर फन। बट या मैं इधर घूमने आ गया, नो फकिंग रीजन। ओ ये क्या है? ये नई चीज़ है भाई, ये तो मुझे पहले नहीं मिली कभी, हम पहले तो नहीं आया। वेरी सस। वाच, छोड़ो भाई, आगे को इस पे फोकस करते हैं। ये जगह को समझने के लिए बहुत टाइम लगेगा, और अभी वो टाइम नहीं है मेरे पे। एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव एरिया, ये तो प्रोडक्शन में ना, तो एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव से यही जाएगा। ठीक है, अभी समझ में आ रहा है मुझे रैंडम ऊपर नीचे वाले वियर्ड एस टेलीपोर्ट्स। बाकी भाई कितना कूल होने वाला है। आई वांट सी इट ऑल। Because I'm gonna record all the old purpose as well. I hope streams old पे ना डालनी पड़ेगा कुछ। Do you watch anime? Obviously, obviously. Where do you think this name comes from? The voice lag. Hello, hello, hello. Robotic voice. मेरी voice robotic है? अभी ठीक है? Hello, hello. हेलो, मैं भी एक बार सुन के देख लेता हूँ क्या हो गया वॉइस को। हेलो, 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 हेलो। थोड़ा बहुत गड़बड़ लगी रही है मुझे। हाँ, ऐसे कैसे हो रहा है? यूजुअली तो नहीं होता। एक काम करता हूँ, अभी अभी आ रही है, आवाज़ से आ रही है। ओ चलो बढ़िया, नाइस, गुड, नाइस, गुड, गुड। By the way, what's your favorite anime? My favorite anime is No Game No Life.
Oh, today's our big day! We're supposed to leave
Yes.
the fortress of
No matter Pete, come on, we gotta complete the release aperture now. Yo, let's go. We are out of here. We are out of the shit. Let's निकालो यार, मगर हम तो पता है कितना पक गया था या घूम घूम के, तो so freaking painful. Dude, like really. अरे ब्रो पता है मुझे there is no season 2, but like still the best, still the best. No Game No Life. Wow, it's been many years since I watched that. Obviously मेरे को भी बहुत साल हो गए। I don't wanna go through that again, तो मैं नहीं देखता वैसे rewatch। एक दो बार rewatch किया है मैंने, but nowadays I don't, cause bring back painful memory. Now there isn't a season 2 जो मुझे चाहिए, but there aren't gonna be a season 2, so well yeah.
Please sign here. This document will be effective immediately upon signing, and you two may exit the Fortress of Meripede via the regular channels.
Yes.
It's been so long since we've been to the surface. Let's hurry up and...
Have you watched Attack on Titan? मैंने सीजन 1 एंड सीजन 2 देखा है, इससे आगे नहीं देखा अभी. You know, I was checking something. Now we're back.
I'm fine, thanks. But I wonder what that tremor was just now.
Let's the Duke.
Duke, Risley, Duke. Duke. It's literally been 9 years and no life. Yeah, very sad. It was one of my, first anime, like not really the first, but हाँ जब मतलब ऐसे एनिमे देखने लगा तो इट वाज वन ऑफ द फर्स्ट एनिमे जिसने मुझे ऐसा एनिमे में हुक किया था. नहीं, इसका नोगन नो लाइफ में ऐसा बहुत सीरियस इंप्रेशन डाला था. कॉज ऑब्वियसली थोड़ी बहुत गेमिंग तो मुझे पसंद थी, बट उसका वो वर्ल्ड बिल्डिंग, वो ईसा का इंट्रोडक्शन, दोस कैरेक्टर, दोस it had me to play any other games besides Genshin. थोड़ा बहुत स्टार रेल, सम टाइम रेयरली, लाइक सालों में, महीनों में 1-2 बार डोटा. मुझे आती नहीं है बट यार थोड़ा बहुत मुझे बेसिक्स पता है, तो आई डू प्ले डोटा समटाइम्स. एंड देन और कौन से गेम्स हैं जो मैं खेलता हूँ? वैलोरेंट रेयरली, जब अगर कोई दोस्त बोलता है कि खेल लेती हूँ. तो हाँ, देयर इज दैट. और थोड़े गेम्स, वॉरफ्रेम, आई यूज्ड टू प्ले वॉरफ्रेम अ लॉट, लाइक a lot.
Ah, good to see you two. Is there something you wish to see me about?
Yeah, what was with that earthquake just now?
Ah, that. The tremor didn't originate from the seafloor. In fact, it seems it came from the surface. Over the years of serving as the warden here, I have developed a sense for distinguishing between what occurs on the surface and what occurs underwater. Besides, the seal that Monsieur Neuvillette set in place won't fail so easily.
So the fortress is okay?
If you recall our last incident, if there really were a problem, there would be crowds of inmates in a panic.
I really like the quick one, but many.
Okay, seems
But यार मैं अभी मैं इतनी होप्स नहीं लॉस करता, जस्ट बिकॉज अगर तुम्हारा ब्लीच का सीजन 2 आ सकता है, और भी ऐसे पुराने एनिमे के सीजन 2 या रिवर्क आ सकता है, तो किसी का भी आ सकता है.
Ah, yes.
Yep. It's you two. Are you leaving
I
now?
mean,
That's right. Today is our last day in prison. But now that Paimon says that, it doesn't feel like we were confined here. It's actually been pretty nice. Oh yeah, Paimon feels
Mm.
Then be sure to come back and visit.
भाई ऐसे थोड़ी कोई भी आ सकता है फोर्ट्रेस ऑफ मेरापीड पे.
Then you're free to go.
You're not going to see us off?
I knew you'd ask.
प्रॉक्सी
Alright, sure.
मूवमेंट, वही ना भाई.
Let's go.
ब्रो, प्रॉक्सी इज मिसिंग दिस. पता नहीं फिर कभी आएगा ये सब
No
ad for
worries,
proxy.
You must be busy. Paimon was just joking.
Ah, so you do have a polite side, I see.
After being down here for so long, I imagine you must feel like you're lacking companionship. Shall I come along too? Yeah, don't worry. We'll come back to see you. Paimon really likes the cafeteria here. The chefs sure do know how to make.
I hope you won't be here as convicts the next time I see you.
We'll do our best to stay out of trouble. Well, it seems our work in the Fortress of Meripede is finished. That's the end of another chapter in our journey. And since Nervalette was up, we should probably go report to him now. Next up, the Palais Mermonia. You're going to see Monsieur Nervalette?
I'm sure just your
I believe it would be the
Is
polite
your
thing to
report
do.
thing to what?
I've heard the Palais has been terribly busy these days. Tell him that I hope he hasn't been overwhelmed by...
go where? Holding my moon. कहाँ जाने को बोल रही है? यहाँ टीपी कर लें भाई, ये क्या बात है? थोड़ा सा पैसे जैसे दिखाते हैं भाई निकलने के लिए, कुछ ऐसे समथिंग लाइक इंटरेस्टिंग, यू नो, इधर लाइक टीपी कर लो, विल टेक 2 more डिपेड। हाँ हो सकता है यार, ऐसा चलता रहेगा तो हो ही जाएगा ये सब। मिस दैट ब्रो, आई डू मिस नो गेम लाइफ एंड अदर। ब्रो मैं इतना वो हाइप था जब उसने वो सब किया, लाइक ब्रो नया सीजन का, नया सीजन के अंदर लाइक नहीं आएगा, देन आई लाइक चल अभी नहीं आएगा, चल भी सुंदर फिर उनकी मूवी आई इन शिट है, चलो मूवी वूवी आई है, हो सकता है नया सीजन भी आ जाए, देन लाइक नो आई डोंट वांट टू डू।
Activity today. Halt! Huh? Oh, it's you two. Apologies. Monsieur Neurvalet did say you'd be welcome at any time.
Excuse me, would you mind helping me take a look at the...
I'll be right there. Sorry, I've got my hands full here.
Damn bro,
I'm so busy. See,
lot of things is happening in Fortress of Merapede and shit bro. Damn bro.
Hello. You've come at the right time, but you'll have to wait for just a moment. In the meantime, please have a seat. If you'd like to have something to drink, let the Melusine outside.
that's all right. We just said,
Very well.
let's take a break over there while we wait.
वन पीस देखा है? नहीं, वन पीस तो नहीं देखा। वन पीस इज जस्ट टू लॉन्ग ब्रो, वो कभी इतना कमिट नहीं कर सकता। एट दिस पॉइंट इन माय लाइफ आई कैन नॉट कमिट टू वन पीस, सो ना। वन पीस के अलावा बाकी सारे बिग थ्री देखे हैं, बाकी सब चीजें देखी हैं मैंने।
I should wrap things up for now.
Are you done with your work?
Yes, sorry to keep you waiting. Today should be the day you were released from the Fortress of Merapede, and it appears...
That's right. And we came here. Do you have any idea what?
Judging from your description, that cannot have occurred in any ordinary waters, but rather something... A whale of that size and shape cannot usually be found in the waters of Tevat. Therefore, we can only assume that child is presently immersed in primordial sea.
Immersed in primordial seawater? But how?
But how is he okay? Yes, yes.
Most people wouldn't be capable of entering in the first place. I'm not completely sure how he could have gotten there myself. Yes? What is it?
Ah, right. We asked the Duke and he said it wasn't from underwater, so we figured you might know.
It turns out that I have just received a report about this particular
Particular matter.
In
What?
fact, that's
Okay.
exactly the source of the tremor was here on the surface near Poisson. After the shaking stopped, the water levels in the Poisson area rose at an alarming rate.
मैं मुझे तो वो सुनना है।
Rose? Oh no. What about all the people
और
there?
trees mechanics and at
Fortunately,
least
the water
cardinal
levels
bro.
rose for a short period of time.
I don't know,
Have
that's
already
just so
returned.
funny bro.
However, I still have a bad feeling about the whole phenomenon. If the change in water levels is connected with the leaking primordial seawater, the situation in Poisson...
Navia should be in Poisson, right? We need to go check on her.
I would also like to go there as soon as possible, but I'm afraid I can't leave just yet. We must immediately formulate disaster prevention plans for the surrounding coastal areas to avoid potential catastrophe. I'll have to ask you two to go to Poisson first. I'll meet you there to check on the situation.
There's no time to lose. Let's get going.
Please be careful.
कितनी दूर है? काफी दूर है। टीवी करते ही चालू हो जाएगा कट सीन। Gotta go buy you later इतने
No.
के बाद सिंह को करोगे। इसके बाद प्रॉबली कल अगर हो पाएगा तो श्योर, कल लगेगा कुछ इंटरेस्टिंग करने को है गेम में, देन कल, नहीं तो फिर देखते हैं मे भी जब कुछ आएगा, मतलब हाँ हर एक या 2 दिन बाद स्ट्रीम कर लेते हैं। Just like subscribe if you haven't already.
Navia should be around here, right? We need to make sure she's still.
ब्रो काफी पानी भर गया था। For sure, sure. Good. go. Bye bye, friends.
We haven't seen a single soul all the way here. Oh, this is getting scary.
What will I ever do now?
Look, there's someone on the roof.
Just stay put. We're coming up. Watch your balance.
All right, just hurry.
Okay. This guy's saving him.
I'm not.
Oh, he looks pretty sad.
My leg! How could this have happened?
Just hang in there. Help is on the way.
Bro, serious things are going on. What the hell? क्या हो रहा है? I'm gonna save these people. Some out. मैं कूद रहा था.
Oh, it's Navia. She's over there. Hey, Navia, are you okay?
You're here.
We heard there was a situation in Poisson, so we came as quickly as we could.
Yes. As you can see, the water level suddenly rose. It caused quite the disturbance, in fact.
क्या हो रहा है?
There was a wounded resident next to a building southeast of here. We've already transported him to safety, but we've run out of medical supplies.
He's wounded? How badly?
He fell, so it's probably a broken leg. He's pretty shaken up. When the water level rose, he desperately climbed up to the roof. Once the water receded and he saw the ground, he became terrified and eventually...
He jumped down then. Find the leader of Squad 1 and tell him to take the wounded resident.
Understood. I'll take over his search and...
All right, you'll be in charge. I'm sorry.
This...
Right. A little earlier, we suddenly heard a loud noise. At first, everyone thought that something might have exploded in the waterways. But before we knew it, the rushing water seemed a little odd, almost like the unique color of primordial seawater. Some people, everyone on the street, who happened to be
Oh,
close
that's
to the water,
scary.
didn't have a chance to escape. As the water levels rose, they suddenly disappeared. Those who realized what was happening started to flee in a panic, desperately trying. The Spina di Rosula initiated rescue operations as quickly as possible, but there have been a lot of casualties. Fortunately, the water that flooded the area contained primordial seawater, so the lower levels of Poisson are still hazardous. To ensure everyone's safety, no one knows if this could happen again. All we can do for now is try our best to help evacuate the residents. We still haven't completed the head count, but
How awful. And all of...
it was quite frightening indeed. I only wish...
Is there any way we can help, Navia?
Thank you for being so willing to help in a moment of crisis like
It is
this.
like this. You don't know how much.
You don't know how...
Don't say that, Navia. That's what friends are for.
Demoiselle! We've got a situation here!
I'll be right there.
Yeah, that's so sad, yaar.
Sorry, I need to go for now.
They died.
There
And
she goes. Seems it might be...
Okay, the wounded are being tended to, and we finished a preliminary... More support, of course. We
okay.
should remain ready for anything, and continue doing our best to rescue others. I'll be sure to have everyone at the Spina di Rosula ready to render assistance. Traveler, Paimon, would you two accompany?
Huh? Right now?
Thank you.
आजा मैं. बाहर 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 चले हम। चलो देखते हैं। ओ फरीना, फरीना ये थोड़ा अजीब हो जाएगा बट उसकी लेग्स छोटे हैं थोड़ा। He's not much useful with the skin, but अच्छी वाली भी की form।
Not a lot of people here, huh?
Well, given the time of day and the whole situation, plus,
Right. That's how things are now.
Navia?
Man, no.
Navia, what's wrong?
Sorry. I just...
No, Navia.
Malus and Silver... They won't ever come back here. What should I do, Papa?
Huh? What happened to them?
Everyone agreed on the rescue plan, but still... I was the one they were helping evacuate the residents. But they
Man,
couldn't
no.
leave in time. And they were caught in the seawater.
Hey. Oh.
What should we do?
I've known them for so long. And
Man.
I know they weren't afraid. But I could at least hold a funeral for my father. And I know where he rests. But as for Malus and Silver, they're just gone. I just can't.
Man,
Everything looks so clean.
why Genshin is becoming so dark nowadays, man? Kyun?
I didn't expect that you'd enjoy a glass of red wine in front of Master Callus's grave.
I can understand. Besides, the scenery here isn't half bad.
See, it's not just me. I always want to bring something when I visit Papa. Perhaps we might...
How could Master ever be upset with you, demoiselle? Yet the cemetery is the home of those who have passed, is it not?
Find yourself a plot in advance.
No need yet. But when I do, I hope you'll let me be buried beside Master Callus, demoiselle.
Hey, stop joking around.
I'm quite serious. That way, it'll
And
save us both
that's
the trip to see
sad.
each
That's
other
so
at your
sad.
father's grave.
That makes sense. In that case, could I be buried on his other side?
After all, besides you, demoiselle, the two of us could certainly be considered Master's closest companions, no?
Personally, I believe we fill those shoes just...
Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden?
Just,
Seriously. All right. I'll remember your request. But I'd really prefer not to talk about this stuff. And
saving
I'd make the journey even if I had to visit you two somewhere else.
where else?
I'd promise to let them rest in peace.
Man,
But here... I'm sorry for letting you see
Man.
me in a mess like this. I don't usually cry, really.
Paimon doesn't know how to help you feel better. But, well,
man.
she understands how you feel.
I had always thought I could make my wishes come
Yeah.
But now
You.
that I think about it, that never solely relied on me. Many things can only be accomplished with someone else's. Malus and Silver have helped me so much. But by contrast, I could do nothing. I'm so sorry.
You can spend as much time as you need here, Navia. We'll stay with you.
Thank you. By the way, you can have a look at this.
Obena, Khan,
Bernard.
Giverny, Francine,
Maxine.
Karina, Daisy Ray, Joinville, Julianne,
Emma. As well as Mills and Silver.
So everyone else is safe. But still,
It's okay. I know what you're thinking. And you're right. We lost Malus and Silver. The overall outcome indicates that the cost was worth it.
Right. Don't think that way, Navia. One person
Paimon
might be
is
saved at the
such
expense of
useless.
another
Array.
core, but that isn't
But
something
still.
we should ever consider a trade. Malus and Silver were not the price for saving anyone. They were heroes.
You're right. Thank you, Pi. What you said just now was pretty amazing, actually. I'll remember your work.
Oh,
Seems you've become more eloquent in the time since we last met.
With Arlequin, Mom?
the knave? What are you doing here?
Is everything going well on your side?
Yes, my people are carrying out the mission according to your request. All the residents of Poisson have been evacuated, and we're preparing to relocate them to higher ground. As for these supplies, we have everything taken care of. There is no need to worry.
Thank you very much.
Wait, do you two know each other?
We just met recently. Right, Miss Navia?
Usually, I would call this a coincidental encounter.
Interesting.
Quite fit this time. Besides, it never even crossed my mind that a Fatui Harbinger would come looking for me. Thanks to the Knave, Spina di Rosula received generous support from the Fatui, which allowed us to complete the rescue and evacuation work so quickly.
Mutual aid is essential to fostering positive developments. We were already in the area, in any case, so it was nothing. That said, I must say that you're a lot sharper than you let on. I'm sure you understand what I mean.
I apologize for all the ways in which I tested you previously. We've never worked with a Fatui before, and it's extremely important for us to know who we're working with. My subordinates have reported that Fatui soldiers have been observing water levels and taking head counts in various locations. I hear that they've also prepared a large amount of emergency supplies.
This is nothing to brag about, nor do I intend to. It is simply the way of powerful organizations to act forcefully, whether they are doing good or ill. You've witnessed that. As I've told this traveler before, I know of the prophecy, and I intend to prevent the impending disaster. Lending your organization a hand was a natural first step in accomplishing that. As such, do not be troubled by this token of our sincerity. Perhaps one day, you'll also be able to help me in the same way.
Without your help, there would have been many more casualties. I won't
Furthermore, I sincerely regret what happened to Malus and Silver. I only wish that my people could have arrived a little earlier to prevent this from happening.
Don't say that. You and your subordinates did everything you could. As Paimon said, Malus and Silver didn't choose to sacrifice themselves for any specific person. And they weren't the price paid for other salvation. They chose to become heroes themselves. I've never liked hearing people put it that way. It's like trying to relieve pain by saying some noble-sounding words. But right now, there's nothing more suitable. They really did become heroes.
You're right. I'm sorry for your loss, Miss Navia.
Oh, I like that.
Water is life to Fontaine's people, and it also spells disaster. It's no wonder that people always say that prophecies represent fate. Fortunately, I've never been one for such opinions.
So, you're one who will try to change fate then?
Of course. That is why I'm going to Hotel Bouffe de Thé. I still have some things to take care of, and the children need my... By the way, traveler, Paimon, one more thing.
What?
Alright, then we'll just... Huh? This isn't right. Paimon thought you would ask us to walk with you for a moment so you could tell us something in private.
That is a clever and useful conversation technique, which I do like to use when necessary. But there's no need today. It would not hurt to have Miss Navia listening in. Traveler, I'm sure you remember that I said we could work together when we had the chance. You and I both know that there may be issues with the Primordial Sea. Previously, it was the Fortress of Meripede's sluice gate, and this time it was the water levels in Poisson. These are both... Indeed. Allow me to share the latest intel I've received from the House of the Hearth's intelligence network with... During some recent investigations, a child claimed to have discovered some ruins near Poisson. The ruins date back to ancient times, and seem to be worth investigating in many ways. Judging by the dating of the ruins, they may be related to the prophecy and the coming crisis. The situation is becoming more urgent, so my people initially came to prepare for ruin exploration. Unexpectedly, this disaster struck, and at present, we're all busy prioritizing the rescue effort.
So that's why the Fatui were already in Poisson.
I wanted to take the children along, but unfortunately, Linny, Lynette, and Fremine have all been dispatched to higher ground to assist affected residents. Linny told me that outside of the house, the person they trust most is you, which is why I want to give you this task. The House of the Hearth's members see each other as family, but Linny, Lynette, and Fremine said that they also see you as such, even though you are not. I'm sure you already understand how earnest they consider their friendship with you.
Oh, that somehow makes Paimon feel kinda happy.
The intel I just shared about the ruins could fetch a high price. But since the children consider you family, it's only natural that I freely share.
Got it! So all we gotta do is go to some ruins, right?
Excuse me, but may I tag a...
You wish to join, Miss Navia?
But are you sure you're up to exploring some ruins? You need to...
Well, I'm sad, yes, but I can't just go back and plop myself into a chair by the roadside and do nothing. There's no point in being depressed while we still have a disaster on our hands. As my father's success... Besides, I'm also doing this for myself. I need something... a distraction to keep my mind off Malus and Silver.
Since you put it that way, I have no objections. What do you... All right? The ruins are to the south of Poisson.
Okay, the three of us will handle...
Okay, let's go figure that out. क्या चल रहा है? Travel तो नहीं है. I think I had a teleporter there. नहीं? No teleporter. हम ऐसे जा सकते हैं, but अभी हम कहाँ हैं? यहाँ हैं. I mean, it won't change a lot, but sure, let's go. Right, guys, देखते हैं क्या होता है. Furina. Obviously, Paimon is always useless. सबसे अच्छी बात है कि I have her, so I don't need to worry about this stuff. Can just do this, yay! वैसे where everyone today? I have no idea. मेरे को पता ही नहीं है क्या ही हो रहा है.
The ruins the knave was talking?
They seem to be pretty...
Let's go in and...
Just be...
नो फ्रिकिंग आइडिया कि कहाँ है सब. मैं भी पहले वही सोच रहा था कि ऐसे क्या होगा जब चने सब गायब हो गए, बट लाइक देयर इज नो वन. ओके, मुझे कुछ ऐसी टीम चाहिए जो हर जगह वर्क करता है. आई मीन आई थिंक दिस टीम कैन वर्क ऑलमोस्ट एवरीवेयर. उसमें मल्टीपल एलिमेंट हैं, 3 एलिमेंट 4 एलिमेंट एंड सर्वाइवल एंड हीलिंग दोनों हैं. Oh, this team works. I think this team works. There's some festival today apparently. Again, I mean obviously तभी वो तो है ही, कोई फेस्टिवल तो चल ही रहती. Wait, there water here? There water? Oh. Damn bro. I hope this is not primordial water or something. नहीं, इसलिए मैं जोंगली को कुंदवाया उधर, नहीं रीना को. ना रोल. Okay, that was easy. That UP में holiday है. हाँ नहीं, मेरे लिए भी आज हॉलीडे है। पीड़ित तो
Floor here isn't safe.
बहुत जल्दी बता दिए तुमने पाइमोन, बहुत ज़्यादा जल्दी बता दिया ये। इतना जल्दी बता दिया, क्या ही बताऊँ। ओ नीचे क्या है? कुछ नहीं। अरे ओके गया। बहुत जल्दी बता दिया पाइमोन। भाई पाइमोन कितनी यूजलेस हो सकती है। हम्म इससे आगे का होता है।
This place has also been contaminated by primordial seawater.
Yeah. And a lot of it, too. A Fontanian would most likely dissolve the moment they fell in.
Right! You can't go down if there's primordial seawater. It's too dangerous and it won't be any help. Don't get my wrong. We're not saying you're useless. It's...
No, you're right. I can't do anything in this situation. I'll leave.
रॉनी हेलो, वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम। क्या हाल चाल? व्हाट्स अप क्या हो रहा है?
Complicates things.
मे बी दे लेफ्ट दिस फॉरवर्ड।
Is forward.
In that case, do you want...
The water levels here are unstable, and there's a chance the water will rise. So I'll go together with you. Also find the exit just up ahead.
Alright. Come with us.
बी केयरफुल रॉनी। तुम भी गेंशिन ऑब्वियसली अगर गेंशिन की स्ट्रीम ज्वाइन किया तो तुम भी गेंशिन तो खेलते ही हो। बाकी का हाल?
Over from the side.
मैं तो मर गया। Oh, this thing, I have to climb this thing. Oh, अरे ओ हेलो, क्लाइम करो भाई। फूल बत्ती क्या है ये? Open the door, open the door, open the door.
Wait, there's something wrong with this bridge.
No, no. Wait, what? No, 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 no. No, no.
Demoiselle, what are you doing here by yourself? Would you be standing here till dark if I hadn't come to get you?
You travelers useless.
She just wants some time.
Oh.
Yes, it would.
That's quite possible. However, you...
Oh, right. It must have slipped my mind when I dozed off. I have... This is a familiar feeling, yet...
Is something the matter, Demoiselle?
No, I was just trying to recall...
Do you remember Mr. Giverny? He'd requested our help before with foreign merchants who had a debt.
We were headed to see how things were going with him at the moment.
Ah, right. Yes, I remember now.
Oh, Miss Navia.
Hello, Sakata. Welcome to the stream. Chal chal.
I've been great. Thanks to your help, those bothersome merchants finally realized that I wasn't the one they were looking for.
Time to watch reaction now. Sure, bro. अभी तक I almost cried भाई starting में तो उन्होंने नाविदा no.
Sometimes the force is...
इतना sad बनाया था यार, that was sad.
That's right. Oh, by the way, Burnett, what was it that you wanted to give to Miss Navia?
Oh, yes. Miss Navia, these are some flower seeds that I prepared.
Please take. I don't know what we would have done without your help. So this is a little token of our appreciation.
यो और हुआ क्या? Can you review the account here? I mean कर सकते हैं but अभी थोड़ा वेट कर लो. हमारे स्ट्रीम शुरू में आया था, आ गया मैं स्ट्रीम शुरू में आया था. ओके ओके बढ़िया बढ़िया. वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम रॉनी एंड वारू. यार कर तो देंगे अकाउंट रिव्यू बट अभी मोस्टली अभी हम आर कॉन्क्वेस्ट कर रहे हैं तो थोड़ा बहुत एक बार आर कॉन्क्वेस्ट कंप्लीट हो जाएगा आर कॉन्क्वेस्ट का पार्ट, उसके बाद रिव्यू देखते हैं.
Wait. Excuse me, madam. If I'm not mistaken, your name...
That's right.
No, it's nothing.
First thing, what your name seems familiar to but I heard when I discussing things with the resident
I've heard this name before.
Sometimes recently
And why are there so few people around here?
We must mind the time, demoiselle.
What? क्या ही चल रहा है?
Huh? We do?
Well, now,
Miss Navia, here you are. I've been looking for you.
स्टार्टिंग में रोना आ गया, then best of luck. अरे ऐसे क्या करना चाहते हो तुम?
Wait.
Yes, she's right, demoiselle. It's just about time now.
Oh?
भाई क्या करना चाहते हो तुम? You saying it's gonna be even worse than this?
Look, it's Navia. She's here.
And her two attendants are with her. Goodness, everyone's finally here.
No.
All seem to be oddly excited about something. Karina, Desiree, Jolie, Essen. Why are so many people here? And as for the judge, huh?
please sit in the defendant's seat. Don't worry.
All right, but
Typically, it wouldn't be allowed, but today...
Hey, what kind of place do they think this is?
Come on. Do they have any idea what they're...
enough with the whispering!
My dear Miss Navia, have you not yet realized, as all here know, you are Master Callus's successor, the head of the Spina di Rasula, someone held in high regard. After you took over the Spina, you treated all of us just like the late Master Callus had. Not only you, but your subordinates. Nearly everyone in the Spina di Rasula fought for the well-being...
Wait a moment. Aren't you just proving...
Yes, correct. Absolutely right. And we are one big family. All of us who are from Poisson.
What are you trying? क्या हो क्या रहा है?
With you being so important,
you can.
Therefore, this fair and honorable court shall declare you guilty, and you shall stay here. You will be together with us forever.
Huh? Everything you have said is correct. I have indeed done a lot for my hometown, and I would be willing to be with you all, but...
What is the purpose
of having me stand here?
Oh, well, if that's what...
How wonderful! I know all these people. Why are they laughing?
I seem to...
Wait just a moment. This isn't right!
Malus?
What was that, Mr. Malus? Our conclusion is very clear and unanimous. Let the court judge her now. She's guilty.
Stay here, Navia. You're one of...
Demoiselle, don't admit guilt. This trial means to keep you here forever.
I wish to exercise my right to defend our lady. Mr. Smallfield, you only know of Navia's goodness, but nothing of her utterly independent mind.
She was born a free and independent spirit. She was never been tied down by anything. Indeed, even the death of Master Callus couldn't stop her.
Her actions cannot serve as proof that she identifies herself as part of any group. She merely acted as an individual, extending her hand to help. Please do not mistake her actions as...
Really? As an individual, you say.
Don't forget we are Fontine.
We are all Fontanians here. This is the nation of justice.
Okay, very interesting. क्या हो रहा
Even
है?
if Miss Navia only voluntarily rendered her assistance, that doesn't change the fact that her beautiful soul must return to everyone.
Water accepts solvency all
Everything is measured here in the
nation of Ireland, and everyone shall melt together. Enter opinion mother.
Now I speak for everyone. Our opinion is consistent.
Yeah,
Navia should stay. We and Navia are
what the hell?
You would call this justice?
The major's chance exists as an individual. Why?
Your justice is flawed, then why should we acknowledge it?
As you said, we can
I'm not told about justice. The Mazine.
and that.
My head.
Demoiselle.
Silver, it hurts. I remember now. Everything that seemed odd from the very beginning. Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen. We met earlier. Even Malus.
Things are getting creepy.
I don't
But
want
they're all dead. They're all dead.
But they're all dead.
Don't be afraid, and don't admit guilt.
Absurd! Who are you to
Cannot be judged.
We
Justice.
don't let them escape!
Mr. Malus and Mr. Silver. Must you be so stubborn? How could the two of you possibly hope to stand against the collective?
What is this? क्या हो रहा है?
Don't resist. This
What is this
judgment
guild?
is fair and just.
Us.
Navia belongs to us. After all that happened, she should not be left alone in Poisson.
What are you saying?
No more excuses!
He says we're jealous. Jealous? How could she possibly be an independent individual?
What's with these people?
Who's jealous of her?
She belongs to us.
Miss Navia.
What?
She.
Silence.
You will lie.
That's...
You lied. You lied.
Monsieur Neuvillette!
Such commotion is prohibited in the court. The accusations you just presented are nonsense and cannot constitute a proper trial. The court will adjourn for the rest of the day. In this, I shall hear no objections from any unauthorized party.
Our thanks, monsieur.
Please leave with me, Miss Navia, while there is still time.
But...
Go on now, demoiselle.
You don't need to be
My apologies. I was just making one little joke once I realized that.
Bye.
Malus... Silver...
Quickly, you must come.
Goodbye.
What? Wait, what? What? Huh? Bro, is she alive? Please say she's alive. No.
No, wait! Just a second!
Navia?
You're awake.
Oh. Okay, nice.
I must have been...
Oh, I got scared,
Still
bro.
alive, and they were defending me at some insane trial.
It looks like you're all right.
Did all the sad feelings cause you to have a nightmare?
The ruins you were exploring suffered a cave-in. When I arrived, I found you were just about to be dissolved within, but I think I saw two Oceanids protecting you. It was only for a moment, perhaps a fraction of a second.
They gave me a chance to retrieve you.
Were it
Oh.
not for their intervention,
Yeah.
I've been able to rescue you before your consciousness dissipated.
Wait, did you say Ocean?
Mm,
You mean like what happened with
Perhaps those two Oceanids were the people you saw in.
I always
Bruh.
told them that they didn't have to protect me.
bro. Bro, Malus and Silver are so cool.
Please come with me.
Bro, Malus and Silver are so cool, bro. Damn.
Neuvillette, are you okay?
Oh, I am quite all right.
Why do you look so stiff all of a sudden? Oh, Paimon knows. You're the type who feels awkward.
I merely thought that we should give Navia some.
Why didn't you just say so then? Don't you think it's even...
I suppose so. Ah, Sijuin. I hope all is well with her these days.
No way, don't worry.
She's fine now. She's amazing.
Well,
There
that
is.
is good. I
Always
always
she's
worry that
wanted to
Sijuin
lot
would
of.
need a lot of time to
But
understand.
Oh, and the
and I look at
Duke
mid.
Thank you. I have indeed been busy lately, and I also hope that everything.
he still doesn't
Talk about let's say something.
Let's check. So, Neverlet.
Yes, of course.
Anywhere.
How did you bring? Don't skip dialogue without reading the whole thing. पूरा ही पढ़ रहा हूँ और क्या कर रहा हूँ?
These ruins. Did the knave
Tell you.
Yes, in fact. I had arranged to meet you in Poisson.
But when I arrived,
I
discovered
discovered that the Fatui were helping the residents evacuate. We had even transported. Amid
Okay.
my astonishment, I ran into the knave, and we had a chat. She informed me that she had asked you to investigate
Obviously, I'm
the
not
ancient ruins here.
skipping. What do you think I'll skip?
plan to meet up with you, but we thought you might still be busy with all those official documents. We didn't think exploring the ruins would take very long, and who would have thought you'd wrap things up so quickly?
Okay, let's move back.
I'm sorry to have kept you all waiting like that. I'm feeling.
भाई अलग ही है हम इस एरिया में जो एरिया एग्जिस्ट ही नहीं करता
I guess we
चैट
should
पढ़
get
रहे या
back
नहीं
to
पढ़ा ना मैंने आई वांट न्यू वॉलेट देखा मैंने न्यू वॉलेट एंड देन एवरीथिंग
You
एल्स
wouldn't mind my company.
Another one's going to the party! Let's get going then!
Okay, that was easy. Bro एकदम से ऐसा रिच सा क्यों कर देते हैं एकदम ग्राफिक्स के साथ वो भी दो I mean it does look cool.
Another unstable path. Watch your step.
ओ सब टूट गया. Team underwater. Hello guys, I'm under the water.
How are you? I am under the water.
उससे पहले
Please
वाला.
help me.
Okay,
Here
let
too
me
much
check
raining.
कुछ मिस किया क्या मैंने. अगर स्पॉइलर दे तो समझा खराब हो जाएगा. दो अच्छे दो अच्छे आर्टवर्क मिले. ओह क्या मिला ah don't want no bro I fell. There are no time hidden cheats just okay fuck.
Hello, how are you? I am under the water. Please help me. Here too
Hello
much
lady,
raining.
what's up? Welcome to the stream. क्या हाल चाल? Long time no see भाई, क्या चल रहा है? ये लोग तो अपना भी डैमेज ले रहे हैं. Very quick. मेरा 67 पुल्स कर लिए. नो फुरीना. हेलो प्राइम वेलकम टू स्ट्रीम. क्या हालचाल? पिछली बार 88 पे चीची मिली थी. ओह वेरी सैड डूड. मेरे को तो मिल गई. मेरे को गारंटीड थी तो आई गॉट हर लाइक इजीली बट स्टिल नॉट. आई गॉट हर. I built her and everything. I gave her weapon, some artifacts and everything. Keep going आ जाएगा. वही ना भाई. Come on, you can do it. There's still a lot of things you can do. हो जाएगा. Say okay now. Yes. Hello. Welcome to the stream. क्या हाल चाल? Long time no see भाई. पुराने फेसेस दिख रहे हैं भाई जो यूजुअली नहीं आते जल्दी. क्या हाल चाल भाई? क्या चल रहा है भाई? मैं इतने दिनों बाद ये क्वेस्ट कर रहा हूँ. इट्स वेरी सैड. रोना आ जाएगा भाई. रोना दिला देंगे जैसे हरकतें कर रहे हैं गेंशिन वाले मुझे. वेट धर बस. ट्विच के इवेंट में पार्टिसिपेट नहीं किया क्या? ना ये इतना मोमेंट से ट्विच नहीं हो पाता. सोनो 100% कर दिया फॉन्टेन. आज मैंने फुरीना के ई स्किल 9 रियली. हाँ जस्ट डन विद ग्राइंडिंग. कल से 50+ हाइड्रा प्लस कलर करके आर्कॉन को फिनिश करना. ओह लगे रहो. गुड लक विद दैट. गुड लक. वेरी बढ़िया. 100% फॉन्टेन हो रहा है किसी का इवेंट हो रहा है, किसी का स्ट्रीम हो रहा है. C1 Furina, you got C1 Furina on it, bro. That's fog. I can get a C1 Furina, but मेरे को मन नहीं करता किसी कैरेक्टर के कॉन्सलेशन निकालने का 5 स्टार में, just because the game will become like so easy after then. I just done with the grinding. Next week crown कर दूंगा बो. This game has no content. True crown करो भाई. मतलब एक वीक में तुमको इतना सारा मटेरियल मिल गया वीकली का, तुमने लाइक 9 कर दिया. वेरी कूल भाई. मेरे को तो अभी मिला ही नहीं है, तो देखते हैं अभी क्या हो गया. अपना कमीशन डन. सो कितने प्रीमो जेम्स हो गए बाय द वे. आई डोंट हैव अ सिग्नेचर वेपन. 41 ठीक है. वी गॉट लाइक प्लेंटी ऑफ प्रीमो जेम्स. कंटेंट तो नहीं है भाई, ये तो मैं एग्री करता हूँ, बिल्कुल कंटेंट नहीं है. बहुत बोरिंग सा तो हो गया है भाई. कोई कूल सा कटसीन लाओ भाई, ऐसा कुछ नहीं होगा भाई. ऊपर भाई उतार दे दे. काश हो पाता 41 या भाई. तो फिर इसके प्रीमियम के लालच में आके कर दिया. बड़े इवेंट में अगली बार बोनस नहीं मिला तो नो वेलिंग. अरे मुझे फुरीना का कॉन्स नहीं चाहिए थे, लेकिन फुरीना दोबारा मिल गई थी. ओह व्हाट्स दैट विच इवेंट कट सीन हैंड में मस्त. ओह देयर सीम्स टू समथिंग. अरे देखो मेरे को अगर अर्ली आ जाती फुरीना तो चलता, पर मेरे को अर्ली नहीं आई तो देख बराबर. बट मेरा मन नहीं करता स्टिल ऐसे लाइक यू नो कॉन्सलेशन एंड ड्रॉप करने का. मस्त कटसीन. लेट्स गो. आई वांट टू सी सम बढ़िया कटसीन. यहाँ किसी को फुरीना नहीं मिल रहा है, तुम C1 करके बैठे हो. वही ना भाई, मेरा आर्कॉन को स्टार्टिंग में बहुत बोरिंग है. आता तो मजा आता है. अरे अभी भी काफी इंटरेस्टिंग है. मुझे तो बोरिंग, ये वाली आर्कॉन को तो बोरिंग नहीं लगी अभी तक. तो अच्छी है अभी तक, तो मजा आ रहा है. No man, won my second continuous 50-50. What? Congrats man. यहाँ पे लोग 50-50 जीत रहे हैं. Just imagine winning your 50-50.
It feels like someone left these slates and these words here for a purpose.
Not me. मेरे पास फुरीना का सिग्नेचर वेपन नहीं है. कोई नहीं, वो तो मैंने पढ़ लिया. निकाल लो यार अगर तुम पे टाइम है अभी तो. If you really want her to give her, you know, have her signature weapon, you can get it.
Correspond to it. Take the second slate for example.
There's a person kneeling here. She seems so dedicated. And there's a whole bunch of other people behind her doing the same. She's facing this.
मेरी टीम 50-50 कैसे? Hello, welcome to win C1.
Lady Furina?
Whoa, let's go.
Did the Hydro Archon fall into the water?
क्या?
Is that a ring of people around her?
No 50-50 पे what the hell? क्या आ रहा है?
I know this one. This exactly matches the content of the prophecy.
The people will all be dissolved into the waters.
Yarin could remain weeping on her throne. Weapon पे lose हो गया. Doubt नोनट मिला. अरे मेरी सैड नेक्स्ट कैरेक्टर का देखता हूँ. ओ बढ़िया, गुड लग यार. काश में नेक्स्ट कैरेक्टर भी मिल जाए. Fontine, Archon Quest, everything else. What? Really? इतना अच्छा? मुझे तो सुमेरो को भी बहुत बढ़िया लगी थी भाई. मैंने घर फुरीना मिली. गई फुरीना.
Most likely due to us
वर्ल्ड क्वेस्ट भी ज्यादा बड़ा नहीं है इसके. ओ नहीं, छोटे हैं. नहीं
Don't blame yourself, Monsieur Neuvillette.
सुमेरो में तो क्या?
Isn't one of your duties.
Paimon's getting the chills just looking at these slates. This says that it's the history of the future, right? That means the prophecy's sure to come true.
I really hope.
Still.
People feel like it much kind of weird.
That's right. If the images are in chronological order, shouldn't the fourth, the waters drowning Fontaine, come before the third, where the Hydro Archon herself falls into the water?
And yet the order is reversed here.
मैं 2 क्वेस्ट कर रहा था कल लास्ट वर्ल्ड क्वेस्ट दिमाग नहीं हो गया 7 घंटे एंड 2 क्वेस्ट कंप्लीट हुए ब्रो वर्ल्ड क्वेस्ट आरनारा के आधे हैं वी डोंट कॉल दोस थिंग्स स्मॉल अब भी सॉर्ट ऑफ नेट का वर्ल्ड क्वेस्ट करना पड़ा भाई इतने सारे मैं तो वर्ल्ड क्वेस्ट करे हुए बहुत टाइम हो गया आर्कन क्वेस्ट करता हूँ कभी कभी थोड़ा इधर उधर के छोटे मोटे वर्ल्ड क्वेस्ट कर लेता हूँ एकदम डेडिकेट होकर वर्ल्ड क्वेस्ट तो मैं करता नहीं अनलेस मुझे स्पेसिफिक एरिया का लोड जानना है तब तक है मुझे लगता है कि भाई एरिया में लोड इंटरेस्टिंग हो सकता है तब मैं जाता हूँ.
If we go by timing, Lady Furina only emerges in the third image. That means that the person in the second image might be the previous Archon.
Egeria, then. I had never met her, but her appearance here does match the records. The previous Archon kneeling before the floating island in the skies, as if confessing.
Did she herself commit that sin?
If not, why should she such a position?
I'm still wondering why these ancient stone slates are here at all. Judging from their contents, could this place be the
original
origin
of I think some people once saw these.
Someone or some people once saw these slates?
But who would have created
Created the slate left thrills here.
It seems that any further clues will have to come from Furina.
Oh, बढ़िया यार ऐसे करो लगे रहो लिलुच चलो मैं चलता मिलदारी करने मिनप्रमोजम्स करने bye.
In that case, there's no time to lose. There's nothing else to be.
Yeah, we better get somewhere safe for now.
Whether the things truly possible prophecy version or not. मेरे को वापस नहीं रोना तो अवॉइडिंग अर्पण को स्ट्रीम्स ओके बाय यार ऐसे मत बोलो ऑलरेडी मैं ऑलरेडी रो चुका हूँ मैं क्वेस्ट करते करते अभी और रोना इस क्वेस्ट में नो ओ व्हाट द हेल ब्रो नो
Let's split up here. I'm going to check on what's happening with the Spina. You know how it is. There's some things you just need to be there for yourself.
You still have energy for that, Navia?
Just head back to the Fluvsandra and have a rest then.
Thanks
for keeping me company all this.
I'll depart as well.
Thank you everyone.
I will go talk to Furina tomorrow morning to ask about the stone. I'm sure that you're concerned about this matter as well. If you have time, drop by my office.
Are you really gonna talk to her about this directly?
I'm a little scared
now that it's come to this.
She has long been harboring secrets and will not give them up easily, which makes it all the more my duty to ensure that she understands the present situation.
Alright, we'll leave it in your hands then.
Probably best person to take ahead, you know.
Be carefully considering my words tonight.
Traveler, Paimon, our safe house at the Fluvsandra is always open to you as ever.
Right, thinking.
Alright.
Okay.
We're finally back!
Welcome back. We've got a special menu.
Yay! And there's good food too! Navia!
God.
The boss is the best!
Fine.
I'm starting to forget what
Oh, that voice.
Mona? What is Mona doing here? What? Mona? Mona, hello? What? Kya? Huh? Huh?
It's you two. What are you doing in Fontaine? Mona?
क्या? Lady Majestus?
Seriously,
Nobody
just
just
uses a scry
guy.
glass whenever
But now
they
they
have
got-
time to just see who they'll meet on the road.
Huh?
Still, we didn't expect to see you here.
cameo appearance when you least expect. Exactly. मतलब like कोई भी कैरेक्टर मैं सोच सकता था एक बार को, like कोई भी रैंडम कैरेक्टर, like dude come on, फॉन्टीन कितने कैरेक्टर है, उनका आना सेंस बनाता है, बट मोना
Well, I have some business to attend to here.
Hunka hello, welcome to the stream. क्या हाल चाल? How you doing today?
Quite unexpectedly, if I might add.
Hello.
That was from Fontaine, though. Is that because Magistus doesn't sound much like a Mondstadt surname?
What? That's pretty cool.
Yeah, let's go with that. Well, I used to have my own surname, which was, well, some other thing. Either way, the old hag told me when she took me as her disciple that the first step to being a great astrologist's pupil was to change that. There was nothing for it, really. She really is amazing.
I'll make sense. Bob, hello, welcome to the stream. क्या हाल चाल? Exen Bell, which is supremacy. अरे बिल्कुल Exen Bell नहीं था, ऐसा Exen Circle था, but ठीक है. I'll use I'm gonna have for him.
I reckon so. In any case,
No, Bob, what the hell?
like this as well, if I were to take one.
I mean, master's name is
Astromancer Barbeloth Trismegistus.
Trismegistus. Barbeloth Trismegistus. Bro, इसका तो स्क्रीनशॉट लेके रखना पड़ेगा. प्राइम कौन सी चैट मिस हो गई? मोना को रेंट नहीं देने की वजह से ओनर ने भगा दिया. अरे यार वो एकदम से काफ़ी ऊपर चल गई, स्क्रॉल करके देखना पड़ा. वो लिटरली मॉलिश किया ही, फिर स्टार किया, फिर उसका वेलकम और फिर 2-3 एक साथ आ गए ना चैट. तो या नो स्पॉयलर्स. ओके, लेट मी टेक अ स्क्रीनशॉट ऑफ दिस ब्रो. इसकी मास्टर का नाम काम आ सकता है इवेंचुअली, जस्ट थिंक कि काम आ सकता है. इट विल बी रियली वर्थ इट. Hexen circle, हाँ better.
Whoa, that's a long one. Does it also mean great or something? My name means
Mona the Great.
As for the old in plain speech,
Thrice as great scholar of the star.
just take it as a title specific to astrologists. Thrice as great?
That's so pretty.
That's just
Yeah, UPSC में आएगा. Oh, अच्छा.
Self-Magistus, actually. But when she took me in, she changed her name to Trismegistus. Talk about excessive. Magistus is thus the calling card of our school, so to speak.
The Bible sounds demonic काफी ज़्यादा. I mean, अगर तुम देखो तो सारे आर्कॉन का नाम भी डिमोनिक है. लाइक जो भी ऐसे है ना, बेल्ज़ेबब, ज़ोंबिया के नेम है, मोरैक्स, बेल्ज़ेबब, वेंटिकबाबेडो, ये सब ऐसे डिमोनिक नेम्स ही हैं. नाहिदा का बोर्ड नेम भी डिमोनिक हैं. एंड और कौन सा है, तो या सबके नेम जो है ना ऐसे आर्कॉन नेम्स प्रॉपर वो सारे डिमोनिक हैं. Barbados, Baal, Beelzebub, में yes, Morex, वही ना.
Well, I was born in Mondstadt, yes. My parents migrated to Dornman Port, and I traveled with the old hag for a while, after which I settled. That's a good thing then. At least
Woman is the demon from Earth. ठीक है बढ़िया. You won't dissolve a Fontine's water.
Speaking of that,
You can show you a bunch of things you have happened today. I know you look getting close to anyone that looks strange all the
I'd
same.
avoid getting too close to any water that looks There's something ominous about it. The
Water, I mean,
That was the main reason, yes. Just a while back, the Steambird invited me to take part in a panel and speak about the circulation of the prophecies, and the invitation was sent quite early on. I don't think anyone expected Fontaine to be in this much. What do you make of that prophecy, Mona? Just tell us what you think as an astrologist. Your word would go a long way to make... What I can tell you is that I'm an astrologist.
Concerns fate of Fontine, even that of Tivat.
Tivat. Ascertaining this is akin to reading the fortune of the whole world.
Oh, traveler में Mona while
I'm afraid that this is not something that just anyone can do. If I could do it, you would no longer call me an astrologist, but a visionary. But on the flip side, the prophecy is so huge and powerful that it must surely come from a powerful visionary. Its contents involve the fate of the world. Disregarding it would be a mistake.
A visionary? Sounds really powerful and all, but does such a person really exist?
Of course. The old hag could do it, and I'd bet there are others
among those resin circles that will be
who could do something similar. Are you? All right, I'll help you. It isn't often that I see you with such a serious look on your face. I'll tell you.
Thanks, Mona. You're amazing as always.
Oh, well, this is something
something I can do out.
So yes, your praises are quite well.
That's the greatest of astrologists.
And we love you, all the people we know the stars are bad. कितनी खुश हो रही है वो ना भाई तारीफ सुन के. Wow, that's so cute though. Nice.
Oh, sorry. I came to see what all the commotion was about. If there's anything you need, do not hesitate to inform the Spina di...
Oh, whoops. Guess we were getting a little too carried away there. Well, I'll go tend to my own business now.
अबे और किसी का क्या होगा क्या फिर?
And here we are with the Spina guy giving us suspicious looks. If Paimon hadn't spoken for you, it'd be you getting all the weird looks. Huh. The things Paimon does for you.
Wow, Paimon. Why Paimon taking all the credits?
Good morning. To be honest, Paimon's still feeling kind of but it's time to get up, traveler. We agreed to go see Navia, so let's pack it up.
Get going, let's go. यहाँ पे मोना का मिलना यार very something. को भी समझ नहीं आ रहा कि क्या ही चल रहा है, but like something. भाई प्राइम भाग गया क्या? वह पढ़ तो लिया था मैंने उसका मैसेज. बॉब सख्त मिमी कितने सारे लोग थे अभी भूल जाता हूँ. बॉब सख्त मिमी लेवी ललूच ऐश तुमसे आ जाते हैं एकदम से चले जाते हैं. वी वुड स्पीक इफ पाइमन वुड लेट अस. हाँ ये भी है, दैट इज ट्रू.
You're here.
Finally.
Monsieur Durvalette and Lady Furina, they seem
Okay, this is gonna be big. This is gonna be big. Let's go.
Like I said, I've already explained everything.
And yet the problem has not been properly solved. There is little space for excuses between us. It is not my intention to offend you, but please tell me where you stand. You are the Hydro Archon Focalor, are you not?
I thought it was odd you don't see Mona in Fumer's from their inner sorry crush. Interesting. Alright, interesting part आ गया. तब वापस आऊँगा तो अबे interesting ही तो चल रहा है.
Look at this. This is a list of the victims from the recent Poisson incident.
You mean...
We did not arrive in time to avert this disaster, and I will not have it happen again. I will say this once more. You must tell me everything you know. Yesterday, I found 3 stone slates in some ancient ruins near Poisson.
Do you know anything about that?
Seriously? You're questioning me like this is a court case now. I don't know anything about that. But you found them in some ancient ruins, you say?
That's correct, which is why I came to ask you some questions. There should have been 4 slates, but one of them was missing. The other 3 feature different images that seem to correlate to the prophecy.
The prophecy?
The second of these slates depicts the previous Hydro Archon
Egeria,
floating island in the sky, as if confessing something. Do you know nothing?
I don't. I've never seen such slates.
I'll ask you again. Do you really have no information regarding
Mona Lord dropped out of nowhere that she's actually the मतलब मेरे को लगता था डेब्ट कलेक्टर से मांग के तरह ठीक है
My
यार
deciphering of the slates indicates that the Hydro Archon Egeria once had to confess to or apologize for a certain sin. If anyone would know about it, it should be you.
okay
All gods don't have the same secrets, you know. She was herself and I'm me. Is it really so strange that I know nothing? I understand your concerns, but I'm sorry. I just don't have anything to tell you.
Forgive me for saying this now, Lady Furina, but I have long known of your various secret investigations into
certain matters. What?
There are several indications that you have been investigating the prophecy on the sly. This is not strange in itself, considering that you are the Hydro Archon. But it is strange that you should also claim to nothing following your inquiries. You have never been as superficial as you have presented yourself to be, nor are you a fool.
Yes, your behavior is
very inconsistent.
What?
So you've been watching me all this time, have you? I didn't think you were that type.
You.
Well, since you know about my secret investigations, then you should know I'm actually working to take care of it. There's no point questioning or suspecting me. You're the Eudix, but you're still my subordinate. You should be following my lead. Just trust in me. You're Archon, and do as I say. Never mind whether you can truly convince yourself to or not. It'll all turn out fine. That's all I have to say. We do not discuss. Oh, the opera's about to start.
भाग Wait, what? ये क्या हुआ?
Did Furina not notice us standing by the door?
With her, is a secret society Cecilia again?
She didn't seem in the mood to care if we were listening in or not.
I assume you.
तो गड़बड़ चल रही है भाई.
Oh, you noticed. Seems
She was in a great panic, though I cannot discern the reason. Our discussion reached impasses time and again, a state of affairs that we cannot. Still, I do not understand. Dialogue is the basis for understanding, so why did she keep refusing to engage?
Ryan daughter who started cataclysm in the fighting thing against
Everyone in her inner circle has noticed that she is hiding some secret. The issue is her attitude. Absolutely forced to. We may have to create a situation in which she will have no choice but to speak.
Oh?
Normally, people will only reveal the truth when standing trial. Perhaps we must have the Hydro Archon experience just such a scenario.
But Furina's seen so many trials, and she's really good.
Where did you learn that, Mimi?
I'm sure that she won't just slip away at the first chance she gets.
We will need to consider this thoroughly, join forces with various parties.
Then do anything.
If at all possible, I would prefer
but we must prevent
the prophecy. This may be cruel to her, but all Fontine is in crisis.
Information of God
possesses is
too precious.
So we must take a chance on this. But who will lend us their...
Oh. Secret society. देखना पड़ेगा यार.
That's everyone, huh? Speaking of which, it was pretty smart of you to think of hiding here.
Poisson was just involved in a disaster, so it's presently devoid of people. That naturally makes it the best choice.
And here you are drinking tea like it's the most natural thing in the world, huh?
That's what families should do. Sit and enjoy a leisurely time together.
It's
Bruh.
nice to enjoy tea here, you know? Care for a cup?
Lend me your ears, everyone.
Okay.
Or perhaps one of you might like to start us off. How about you, friend?
Me?
Then how about you, good sir?
Good
fear
sir.
I will cause the mood on this boat to become as somber as it
उसमें कैटलिज्म कब था?
Well then, I guess we're lucky we've got a local like me to organize things. Wonderful, the spotlight at last. I guess I'll be facilitating things from here.
That was a little...
Alright, hello.
Oh, you might be right. Anyway, to cut to the chase, as for what that is, well,
That was
saying that
saying
we'll be pooling our efforts together to create a series of traps.
Oh?
Well, it's just an expression, really. One that I just
that.
and use on the spot. So, let's invite her to explain in detail.
Huh? Didn't you say that you would be facilitating this?
Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much public speaking, right?
There are good chance of practice. I might not even
You
pick
might
some.
even pick up some fancy oratory tricks to impress your boss with in the future.
I see. And what does my boss say?
He is glad that you consider him your boss. Do go on.
Oh. Gold nice, maybe.
In that case,
You'll read a lot of new nice.
do any of you have experience hunting?
Yeah, I guess. Genshin in the field.
Fremine and I once used a wooden stick in a
Oh,
basket
man.
to catch wild rabbits when we were younger. As for Lynette, oh, right. You were sick that day, weren't you?
Check करके आता. Okay.
I've also...
I'm afraid not.
Hmm.
You may or may not have heard.
Related lore से related. Oh.
Known as the Marachose Hunters.
ये ऑफिस मीटिंग फर्स्ट टाइम देखना इंटरेस्टिंग है सभी. Oh.
Though that was their name, they did not hunt animals, but rather various monsters left behind by the ancient dynasty of King Remus.
Okay.
Today, Fontaine's monster population has already thinned greatly, so the hunters have blended back into society, taking up arms in other lines of work. They even left a unique methodology of hunting in their wake. A trap comprises of the following components:
Bait,
a
trigger,
and a containment device. Sometimes a lethal implement will also be necessary to deal with the prey. So, if we were to build a trap together, right now, what would you choose to build it with?
For me, I would prefer something basket-shaped. Pigeons and rabbits will see the bait and naturally enter the snare. Our line of work requires a deft hand, and we're some of the best in the industry, so you can count on us.
You used some of those techniques while moving the people of Poisson, didn't you? My subordinates mentioned that you even performed some magic for them.
Yes, and I even managed to gather some intelligence in the meantime.
I'm afraid I can't claim that as my strong suit. I prefer more stable methods, like placing bait in the water and waiting for the fish to come within reach.
Calm and steady. Exactly the kind of person who would catch loads of fish.
And I can be their assistant.
With discretion, I'm sure.
I'd probably use some sort of mechanical animal. Papa once bought me some small clockwork squirrels, mice, and such. When placed in the forest, they can attract others of their... I remember that you liked those too,
I did. And that would be a good way to go about it. If they're realistic enough, animals of the same kind will follow them all the way to the trap.
What about you, Monsieur Neuvillette?
I fear I do not have any related
That makes sense. You usually solve problems directly, without the use of any such tricks. But I do have one more question for you, monsieur. If we were to create a trap now, how would you design it?
I would like for it to be effective, but bring no harm to the prey. A more gentle...
Kind as always. However, our intention doesn't necessarily change the containment device and the type of implement we need. If we wanted to kill the prey in one strike, we would need a powerful implement. However, that also goes for prey that must be captured and safely contained.
Wait, why's that?
Only a hunter who's a true expert at subduing their prey can snare it without harming it. The line that divides life and death is often exceedingly thin.
So...
Huh. We hadn't thought of seeing ourselves as hunters.
If our means of capturing and dealing with our prey is to put them on trial,
and the hunting metaphor is actually quite accurate. But we shall require much more courage than any hunter to judge a god.
Oh, so that's what's going on.
Okay. He doesn't have an hunting experience. I mean, he's a lazy dragon, I suppose. The lazy dragon, I suppose. Zula आ रहे हैं, आ रही हैं. बिल्कुल नहीं है भाई उसका एक्सपीरियंस. देख रहा है इतना स्टूपिड है तो है. दूसरों को देश में जाके शुरू कर रहा. Nice.
It's been a tough few days, hasn't it? So much has been happening.
शायद वो वेजिटेरियन ड्रैगन है, हो सकता है.
But everyone seemed pretty fired up, huh?
Very highly possible.
Paimon thought they'd be at least a little frightened. Well, Fremine was, now that Paimon thinks about it, but everyone else just looked a little surprised. Well... It's hard to say. Paimon doesn't have any
Experience with this sort of thing, but with Anam.
Paimon sure will do great. After all, you're the most reliable person in the world, aren't you? Did you just pour some tea? Paimon didn't notice Paimon's never seen that couple.
Don't be frightened. I'm
What?
just joining you two for tea. I merely refrained from saying anything till now.
Wait, who is that? Who is that? Ghost?
Aw, have you forgotten me already?
Wait.
You are familiar with that. And soon.
The voice from the sky.
No, though not completely wrong.
Description is wrong.
Whoa, who is that? Who is that? Who is that?
Very wrong.
Who is that? That voice is good.
You're feeling lost now, just as you were feeling previously.
I sense confusion
I
just
sensed that
come to you.
confusion and thus came to you.
One of these. Oh.
Irresistible hobby of mine, after all. Consider me a passerby, just accepting a commission from my friend's disciple on a whim. The prophecy.
Yes, what
has been prophesied will be fulfilled. There may be such things as the history of the future.
What? Then is there any way we can stop it?
I believe you have witnessed a failed attempt.
Just a video on ice. Can everything for religion?
That so easily be changed? Ah, so you've caught on. Just as prophecies are usually
Only
the future
future
as
is
seen from the
seen the perspective of
gods.
God.
Could things be happening in hidden corners where the god's gaze does not fall? Are the things that you shall see different from the fate that the gods perceive?
What is she talking about? It all sounds really impressive and important and stuff, but...
I'm just kidding.
I believe that you understand, right? Some things are insignificant.
What others may see
Yet
or
ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. All you need to do is to play your part.
Hello, Deadpool. Welcome to the stream. क्या हाल चाल? Long time no see. How you doing today?
This was good tea, by the way. Thank you for your hospitality. Well, that'll be all for today.
The voice.
That day, what? क्यों ऐसा क्या हुआ?
Well, I see
I've walked in on some lively banter. Fine, just fine. I went to take part in that Steambird panel. It turned out to be more, not all Fontanians are pessimistic about this. One journalist mentioned that sitting around and waiting for the end to come would be wrong, and that they should make their own rescue preparations. I agreed.
Did she have pink hair by any chance?
Why, yes! It was Charlotte. You remember her, right?
Oh my god, a lot of rest and किबलेट से फिंगर्स करी क्या कैसे भाई आराम करो यार भाई थोड़ा डॉक्टर को दिखाओ मेड्स लगाओ थोड़ा दवाई लो रेस्ट करो
That's right! Paimon's glad to hear something sensible for once.
Yes. About what we had discussed before. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't reach the old hag. I'll try again tonight, but I wouldn't get your hopes up.
Is someone like
Goodness gracious. Are you serious?
She said that even the god's gaze has blind spots.
perfectly bold of you
Most people would believe the gods to be all-knowing, right?
The Hex and Circle members are certainly
anything भाई तो चलता है दिन में हर
mentioned her a few times. She said that N's sense of direction is incredible.
क्यों
She loves guiding those.
पता नहीं बट गलती से फैन में टच हो गया
But I've never met her, and if she were still alive, she'd be. Well, suffice it to say that the hag's at least a few hundred now, and N's been around for longer than that.
Whoa, the Hex and Zirkle sounds like a scary
group.
really stay in shape to live so long.
Their abilities alone are pretty terrifying. If she came to see you,
but लगे बढ़िया सी बात है
truly be of great importance.
Good. Take care, Surubai.
Yes, she was quite cryptic, but I suspect she means
there's a way to turn
things around. She didn't say when or what that would be, though perhaps it is something that you cannot know right now. Traveler, Paimon?
Oh, we're fine. We're just a little down right now. It kind of feels like the end is coming, you know?
I see. I feel that same sense of desperation. I guess you could consider me someone who has often witnessed fate. So far as I have seen, it cannot be swayed. But even so, I still hope for and believe in miracles.
Yeah!
Astrology is eternal and rational.
क्या bro calm down ये bro fan on था light आता and then missing blood क्या
Perhaps
that's
what I
sad
was trying to tell you. Not to lose heart, and to believe that what you are seeing playing out before. I did originally think of steering clear of all this, but I couldn't. I still wish to help everyone. If we don't...
You do have a point.
Yeah.
There I go, talking about astrological principles again.
Sorry
about that.
कुछ भी नहीं हो रहा अरे हो जाएगा थोड़ा आराम करो दवाई लो डॉक्टर को दिखाओ
I need to get going. It was worth trying to comfort you, even if only a little. I believe that you'll help those who are struggling.
नहीं ना भाई
That might be why we always seem to meet by coincidence.
अरे
Paimon feels kind of moved by what Mona said. Hey, Traveler, Paimon suddenly feels like going outside for a walk.
Let's go.
Let's go around the city, shall we? There's a few...
Let's see क्या होता है सिटी में जाके छोटी के लिए भाई तुम्हारी फिंगर में कट लगा अच्छा तो तुम्हें छोटी लग रहा है सबसे पहले की बात है साइकिल में जेन में गिर गया था उस टाइम में और बीच में आ गया था हुआ था
Let Paimon see! The underwater stronghold, the fortress of
अगर मेरा पीठ खत्म
its noble autonomy.
अगर फिंगर में फीलिंग नहीं आ रही तो सीरियस है
Interact with my
my recent attempts to enter the fortress
और
bore little fruit.
हाँ, yes, Charlotte should have given up me.
Did an Outlander friend become the focus of this report? A
blonde adventure with a pretty pigeon.
in their wake. It is said that this mysterious traveler once visited the underwater fortress. So while the fortress's interior remains a mystery behind closed doors, do not fear, for the tales of the traveler contains journalist Charlotte's biggest scoop yet, the Traveler's Trail World Walk. Charlotte took so many awesome photos of us and we never even knew. She hasn't been able to get a hold of anything at the fortress, so since we're easier to find, she's using us as the subject matter instead? Ugh, seriously? Well, fine. Those headlines and photos do look cool, so Paimon will forgive her
Paimon forgive that. Bro, क्या है Paimon का bro? Paimon is really something. भाई, take care bro, take care अच्छे से. आराम करो, दवाई लो.
We're here! Paimon's hungry. Should we go in and get something to eat?
लेफ्ट हैंड के मिडल रिंग फिंगर कट गया, बट आई होप स्पिन हो जाएगा. मतलब थोड़ा सा कट ही लगा है ना. मैं लाइक फाइन, तो वेट करो, ठीक हो जाएगा. बैंडेज लगाने के बाद उसको ड्राई रखो, गीला तो बैंडेज चेंज कर लेने. यस. Did you get your finger reattached, friends? What? Finger reattached? Bro, that's scary. Why are you talking about scary again?
The tense situation we were in. Let's give it another go, Paimon. One slice of cake, please. Someone showed up after all. Oh, wait, you're the one from the Palais Mermonia.
Oh, are you here to buy cake too? It seems Monsieur
You can...
Did he really say something like that?
That's right. Even he has his own preferences when it comes to food. As for me, I love the cake and coffee here.
Okay. This is not the true है. Part of life तो है. Don't forget to like the stream, guys.
Every day?
No.
It's part of my daily schedule, apart from work. I shall have...
Then what if someone told you one day that this place would be closing soon, and you wouldn't get to eat cake?
But why would it close?
Well, Paimon doesn't know either, but... Maybe the waters will rise tomorrow. You know, like in the prophecy.
Oh, the prophecy. To be honest, I haven't paid much attention to that.
No, silly.
Even if there'd be no more cake tomorrow, that wouldn't keep me from having some today. No, it's the same in general. You might not be able to eat tomorrow.
Cut कराए, then थोड़ा bowl might get affected, and green. No.
Don't be sad. Excuse me, could I have 2 more slices of cake to go? These 2 slices are for you. Sijuin said that this kind of expression you're making is what humans call...
Oh, you know Sijuin?
I sure do. She was born before me, and she sometimes comes to the surface to teach us things about... She said that humans are creatures that are saddened easily. Yes, and you can only lift their spirits by feeding them delicious food. So, I've got something else to do, so I'll be going now. You two try to stay in a good mood after eating, all right?
These Melusines are really weird creatures, bro.
And there she goes. Alright, let's dig in. It's more delicious than last time! And the flavor gets even better with a sip of tea. It sure would be nice if we could always eat delicious food here.
Bye. बोलते हैं उंगली ना करो.
We're near the Seabird office. Let's go look for Charlotte and have a chat.
Charlotte and have a chat. Wow, hope they invest something to grow finger back.
If it isn't the
Yeah, that would be cool.
Oh, have you seen the article I wrote about you?
Yeah, that was very
You've
interesting.
got some nerve! You just used us to make some quick mora!
Oh, you needn't worry about that. I heard that you were in Poisson some time back, so I sent you a letter to discuss just that. It appears you didn't receive it, though. It's all right, though. I've set aside the amount intended for you. I've even set the table with some food.
Really? Oh, you're the best!
You're almost a little too easy to win over, Paimon. If I were a journalist with ulterior motives, you'd be in trouble now, you know.
Oh, Paimon knows you're not like that.
Still, what brings you here all of a sudden? Were you looking for me?
When Mona mentioned you, we thought of coming to see you at work.
Yes.
I see! It seems you've already bumped into Mona here in Fontaine. So she mentioned me? What did she say?
She said that you're a real daredevil of a journalist.
Nice. In which case, can this daredevil journalist dare to request an exclusive interview with the legendary traveler and Paimon?
Huh? So your article
Won't release some good type liquid. You're born to get fixed in 6 months. What? Paimon मैंने देखा वो कुछ भी करेगी. True भाई, Paimon को खाना दोगे तो कुछ भी होगा. On interview में.
Yeah, are we even qualified enough?
Why not? If I say you're worth an interview, then you're worth it. But not right now, of course. I'll need a few days to prepare.
Oh, in that case, we'll just chat when you have the time then?
Oh, so that's a yes? Ooh, splendid! I'll tell the editor-in-chief immediately. I'll have to apply for lighting, a venue, some props, and... Whew, so much to get done now. Talk to you later.
Wait, Charlotte, Paimon's still got a question for you.
यहाँ भी जाने साइड नहीं बोलना था bro. What?
Fontaine were to be flooded?
क्या चाहता तुम?
What would you do today?
Huh. That's the prophecy you're talking about, isn't it? I mean, I do hear about it often, but I've never once thought that the day could be tomorrow. If you're seriously asking, then I might try and think of a way to leave Fontaine. Oh, but I'm still a journalist first and foremost. That means I have a duty to be reporting from the scene. And secondly, I wouldn't forsake my homeland that easily. From what I've seen, most people don't know what they'd do should the worst come to pass. In truth, it might be better just to behave like normal rather than worry over such an end. So in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping at the office for that interview of ours. I know what you're thinking. That sounds a bit sad, but I've always believed that it's best to do what you enjoy. Just think about it. If this nation really were to be suddenly destroyed tomorrow, but I still successfully finish an exclusive interview with a truly unique person, then the story I would wind up writing would truly be timeless. And then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write that story, send it for printing, and use messenger pigeons to get copies out to the various nations as soon as possible. I'm not a dreamer, nor am I a workaholic, but I do love my job, and I'd be proud of leaving such an article behind.
सेंपाई तुम आर्कन को इतना लेट करते हो तो स्पॉइलर नहीं मिलते क्या? जस्ट आस्किंग. मैं ट्राई करता हूँ अवॉइड करने का. जहीं पे कुछ भी होता है तो मैं उसको इग्नोर करता हूँ देखने का या स्किप करता हूँ. इतना ज़्यादा सोशल पे फिर गेंशिन नहीं देखता हूँ सोशल मीडिया पे. तो यार जस्ट ट्राई टू अवॉइड इट हर तरीके से. यस, उसके बाद तो सब सही रहता है.
The sea breeze and scenery can be a pretty soothing combo, huh? Paimon's been thinking. If it wasn't Fontaine, but all of Tevat that would be destroyed tomorrow, where would we go and what would we do? No, Paimon should ask, if you could choose, what would you like to do?
Senpai, can you say oratories, mechanics, then a lease cardinal, bro? Why would I be saying oratories, mechanics, then a lease cardinal?
We've always been moving to the next destination, so we haven't spent much time thinking about these kinds of things. We didn't have to either, with us always being on the road and whatnot. You mean still traveling? Huh. Wait, isn't that what we've always been? Looks like you'll grow mold if you stay here long enough. But it's still better than the Fortress of Mirapede, that's for sure.
Ah, so the two of you are still here. Wonderful.
Oh, you're from the Palais Mermonia, aren't you?
Yes, I'm Isadora. Monsieur Nervillat sent me to look for you two before. I heard that afterward you went to the Fortress of Meropide. Not at all. I'm well aware that you're friends of his. Actually, I'm here to pass along a message from him. Yes, inside the Opera House. The Maréchaussée Phantom has declared the incident a small-scale riot.
A riot?
Well, that said, I don't personally think it was that serious. Lady Furina was watching a performance at the Opera House, and while she was resting during an intermission, some other audience members suddenly started loudly accusing her of doing nothing about the prophecy crisis. And before she could respond, others started to join in. The crowd continued to grow, and protests against the Hydro Archon started to break.
So people have started to put the blame on Furina. Guess they finally found an outlet for the pressure they've been under due to the prophecy.
I agree. People will naturally rely on gods, as is customary. But the moment people feel threatened, gods are also the first.
So what happened after that? Is Furina okay?
Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control and that further argument was pointless, she claimed that she'd gotten tired of this, and the Maréchaussée Phantom had their hands full maintaining order and did not catch where Lady Furina had gone. Only when things had stabilized did we realize that.
So, you mean?
That's right. The Maréchaussée has dispatched many people to search for her. That said, I don't think there's much to worry about. She is a god after all. Even if she were to fall into the hands of rioters, what could ordinary people do to her good? Monsieur Nervillat sent me to tell you about the situation, but he didn't.
Don't worry, this is more.
Is that so? Well, all right.
Well, sounds like we should hurry over to Poisson then. If we know Furina, she won't try to fix things.
Ninozuma Archon bullied the people in Fontaine, people bully the Archon.
And as we also know, she may be loud and dramatic, but when Nervillat was talking to her in the Palais Mermonia, and she heard about Poisson, she couldn't hide her sadness and remorse. It would be hard for her to ignore being accused by the public today. Paimon thinks Furina's probably taken the opportunity to slip away to Poisson and try to relieve the sense of guilt that she's feeling. Huh. Well, what do you think? Paimon knows the answer, of course, but in that case, there's not a moment to
Oh, we got quite a lot of Mora. We got quite a lot of Mora. इसके करने से nice. So.
This place looks deserted. Guess all the survivors must have evacuated already. All that's left here are signs of devastation. Could Furina really be here? Let's try to find her as soon as possible. That's Furina, right over there. She really is here.
Should I just give up?
No.
This is all meaningless.
No, don't try.
What happened did happen after all. Everyone's dead.
No.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Give up, Furina. There's no point in holding out. I'm sorry. But what can I even do other than to repeat meaningless apologies over and over? Who's that?
Don't worry, Furina. It's just us.
So it is you, blonde traveler from another land. Why, I almost thought you were someone from that mob of my ignorant subjects, come to kneel and beg for my forgiveness.
Furina, you were crying just now, weren't you? The tear stains on your face are obvious.
What do you mean, tear stains? Oh, I remember. The show at the Opera House earlier this morning was so moving. I'm still trying to process it.
Bro, just imagine Paimon saying hello,
Uncivilized rabble think they were,
first time.
disturbing my enjoyment of the arts. They even dare to tout their archon. I must teach them a lesson. I can just imagine their twisted and frustrated faces once they realize that I'm nowhere to be found. Oh, and I'm sure Nouvellette and those people from the Marche Say Phantom are freaking out right next to them too.
Marichus.
Of course not.
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon's over there! Quick, after her!
Furina, those people seem to be after you.
They are? They're just some rabid fans who want to cut the line because they haven't been able to meet me in person. That's against the rules. I can't let them get their way.
Furina just ran off! Quick, we have to catch up!
He's always like this, bro. Running away, running away. हर 2 मिनट में
This should be the place, right? Hey, Furina! There's a good hiding spot over here. Quick, come to Paimon before the rest of them catch up to you.
What is this place?
Hurry, they're almost here!
Fine. I suppose haste is warranted. Lead the way.
चैट नहीं थक क्यों गए पड़ गई पता नहीं भाई लग रहा है सब थक चुके हैं सब काफी ज्यादा
No, I mean, I merely gave in to the sheer enthusiasm they displayed.
You're right. Yep, that's a good girl.
What's happening? The ground's shaking.
Yeah, a quake of this kind preceded the flooding in Poisson, didn't it?
It can't be.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that. Nouvellette's made some emergency plans, so the evacuation should go a lot smoother this time.
Yeah, I hope you're right. But the people of Poisson, they've already... It's true. I've been investigating the prophecy for hundreds of years. I once had informants all over Tevat, searching for clues and feeding information back to me. I've tried all kinds of ways too to hold back the sea. Anything to keep the coastline from advancing. But all my efforts proved to be futile in the end. Really, the truth has been clear to me for a very long time. We cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly principles will have its way, and the prophecy shall be fulfilled. Give up.
I do the sound of that. Perhaps a woman finally coming. Bruh, no.
Coming to terms with fate, but also for me to finally be free. Indeed, I've thought about giving up so many times, especially after we almost lost Poisson. Fate, is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has no heart and obeys no rules. The prophecy has only just started to come true, and so many people have already lost their lives. But just now, it all became clear to me. I still don't have the right to come to terms with fate on behalf of everyone else. As long as the final moment hasn't come, it's still not too late. Don't worry. I will keep hope alive for everyone until the very end.
Bro, get ready. Kya?
Oh, that's enough for now. I got the impulse to play the stricken maiden, but honestly, considering my rank and station, that wasn't a good fit at all. Don't take any of what I just said seriously. How could I possibly let Fontaine fall to the whims of trivial prophecy?
Come on! Paimon could have sworn you were actually being honest just now.
Bruh.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone. A witness. Yes, I've heard that you came to Teyvat from beyond the stars.
Yes.
In other words, you never... And if Teyvat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case...
Bro, no, okay. Again, another quack? What? Wait, what are you doing here? Bro.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes my opening performance.
Bro.
Now, without further ado, we may proceed to the trial of our god.
So, this is what it is. Yes, you deserve praise for the effort you took to raise the dramatic stakes. Do not forget, however, that I am Focalor, the god of justice, the embodiment of justice itself.
This does not strike you
Even
even.
the least bit absurd to bring the very concept of justice to trial?
May I interpret these words as your refusal to stand trial? In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
You would draw your blade against a god?
Alright.
I see. It seems like you have made up your
Bro.
mind.
What?
Paimon can't believe it. She just surrendered.
What the heck is going on? Did I just see an Archon surrender to a human?
Wow, how utterly humiliating.
Lady Furina, what is the meaning of this?
It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding. To be clear, the raising of both hands is not always an indication of surrender.
Looking for excuses again, huh?
I raised my hands just now to indicate my acceptance of the trial. No duel shall be necessary. I will admit that I've been running away for a long time. I'm sorry, everyone. I was unable to protect the people of Poisson. It is my duty to stand trial for my crimes. You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me.
Bro, no.
I'm exceedingly disappointed in myself.
Yeah, no, don't be like that.
It is time for the Hydro Archon to show you her courage and resolve. I, Furina, will use this trial to show the world the true meaning of justice. This time, I will protect you. Applaud and rejoice. One of the most outrageous and fantastical arcs known to the opera epiclese is now unfolding before your eyes. Mark my words, this shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows
Bro, what?
Age of Fontaine. The trial of the Hydro Archon, Focalor, will now begin!
Woohoo! Oh, now we're making history!
Oh, it's so dramatic.
Took over the whole thing. Like, come on! Didn't she just get forced to stand trial for her crimes? Also, even though she's still acting super dramatic, she is taking this seriously this time, right?
All right, then. Who will be my opponent in this trial?
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
Oh, that's cool, Jinglu, nice.
Is that so? Very well. Then please speak, witness of Tivat, my accuser and fated opponent.
Okay, that's cool. Let's see. Come on.
Also, please allow me to ask, as a final question before the trial begins.
I provided
Just
you
how much
picture.
work did you do to force me
It is
onto
what
this
it is.
stage?
Kya kare?
We did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward.
Navia, the president of the Spina di Rosula.
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates. They changed into plain clothes and came to the Opera House as regular audience members, waiting for the perfect opportunity to incite insurrection against you. The people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more of the prophecy is fulfilled. A spark was all we needed to turn smoldering
Archon ko
anger
dhoka.
into
Yeah,
a
bro.
flame. Moreover, according to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like that occurred, you would likely flee the scene and head to Poisson by yourself. So, we arranged for a second group to lie in wait there.
So, you mean the ones who scoured the settlement for me were also from the Spina?
Yes, sir. I'm going to shrink
Force you
your
to step into the giant magic box so you may personally participate in the greatest magic performance in all of Fontanian history.
That's right. That house was a magic box, rather than someone's residence.
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the Opera Epiclese, the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Aranias. Its cargo, of course, was an Archon instead of a human. My thanks, Furina. Without your help, we could never have pulled off such an extraordinary performance.
You're welcome.
Bro, still trying to
Of course,
win
this
magic show.
performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this off. We had to select a location, construct the giant magic box, dig a tunnel, and open up a path through the water. It was a lot of work for all of us.
So, in other words, the earthquake that we felt within the giant magic box was just a normal tremor from the transportation of the whole house?
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster to come.
Then, I can guess Nervilette and Cloran's parts. You gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and made sure that the champion duelist would be immediately ready for a fight. Also that as soon as I appeared on the stage, the trial may commence without a hitch.
Yes, that is correct.
Well, Cloran, And I must commend you for your courage. Only the most outstanding champion duelist in all of Fontaine would accept a duel with an Archon without flinching.
Thank you.
As for you, traveler, I suppose your role was to keep me distracted with conversation once you found me in Poisson. You'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived onto the stage.
Oh?
It's fine. It matters not. The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this trial through to the very end.
Oh. Friend is really questioning her life for having her instinct
Allow
true.
me to pass this along. This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during the trial. According to her, it should
Huh? Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here too! Hey, Charlotte! Oh, let Paimon see. Isn't this the exclusive? Wait, then that means this document is a perfect timeline of everything that's happened ever since we stepped. So in other words, we can refer to this anthology of evidence every time we want to use something from our journey as evidence for an argument. Let's quickly confirm the information in it. Just think of it as a refresher, alright?
You defeated the Hydro Archon in the very first duels you took part in at the Opera House. That's one for the history books, all right. I didn't think that you'd wind up getting to the bottom of the case I'd been
Okay, that's good. That's good. That
you could also
doesn't
see this as a
figured how her weapon looks good. I mean वो हाइड रखना चाहता है ना before ड्रिप मार्केटिंग पे दिखाएंगे, उससे पहले दिखाना नहीं चाहते. कई बार होता है ऐसा. साइनो वाइनो एंड लाइक डेया वाले टाइम में भी तो उनका सिग्नेचर वेपन नहीं दिखाए थे, बहुत बाद में दिखाए थे. आई थिंक लाइक किसी के दिखाए, किसी के नहीं दिखाए.
Tui Harbinger. She's an extraordinary person. Her instinct must mean something. The fortress of Meripede was almost destroyed in a single day. That I didn't witness that scene personally will always be a source of professional regret, I think. According to Monsieur Neuvillette, both Child and that whale should have been in the primordial sea at that time. The fortress of Meripede was
दोबारा बोल
where I
सकता हूँ.
lost my awesome friend Navia. To be honest, that still gives me shivers. The words of someone as extraordinary as a witch can probably only
नाज़िया का मस्त लगा मुझे. Oh, she literally is next. Yeah, cool.
The prosecution and the defense are both in position. The trial shall now begin.
Oh, come on,
We need to repeat the
There's no need to repeat all the unimportant legalese. Just fast forward to the part where the prosecution lays out my offenses. As the defendant and the lead actress of this performance, I still haven't even been informed of my supposed guilt in all of this. Of course, it is only natural for humans to struggle to understand the actions of a god. However, you will need more than that to convict me of a crime.
That's true, but my charge here is
Oh, she's finally
your conduct as an
speaking.
Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud who's never been the Archon in the first place.
Wait, what was that? Lady Furina's a fraud?
What?
I came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon for forsaking her duty, but did I hear that right? She's not.
Yeah, she
Charge
speaks.
accepted. Lady Furina, do you plead guilty to the charge? Lady Furina.
I plead not guilty. How can I be guilty? There is no way that I, Focalor, otherwise known as Furina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine, could be anything other than your true Archon.
Yeah, even though Lady Furina can be rather eccentric, isn't it going too far to doubt her very identity?
Yeah, I've never questioned her identity either. Sure, Lady Furina can be super irresponsible, but what grounds does that prosecutor have to make
such a huge claim? This is a bizarre convention got the travelers for
will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born. There would be no fooling their memory. See? Even the Oratrice has decided to show me its favor. Are you sure you want to commit to a charge that will never be upheld? If you wish to drop the case, I can promise you as the God of Justice that you will not have to face trial for making a false accusation. We will treat everything that's happened as a dramatic spectacle and move on with our lives. What do you say to that?
An argument with near impossible odds, huh? We have to not only refute Furina's claims, but also overturn the long-held beliefs of the people.
Well, I tried to give you the chance to surrender. If you must persist, then let me ask. And if I was not the Archon, then how did I manage to live for over 500 years?
What is special about Furina exactly?
First of all, you may be
Remember one long phrase. You do it naturally process.
an extended lifespan. And second of all, even if that wasn't the case, there could be other ways to extend your life.
Who gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd sink so low as to use a harbinger's words against me.
A curse? I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally resemble a type of curse. But in light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed was not your divinity, but a curse after all.
You sensed it too, huh, Neverlet?
Lady Furina is actually a human?
Well, it is true that it's extremely difficult to tell humans and gods apart just by looking at them.
Well, don't start celebrating too early now. Been carrying a curse, like you said. How does that prove that I am merely a human being? Besides, everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession of authority. Gods can do what humans cannot. That's why they're worshipped as God. For centuries, manifestations of my authority have served the nation of Fontaine. One need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in this very opera house, or consider the endemnidium that is used in every aspect of life.
You tried to reference the Oratrice, but weren't you as confused as all the rest of us when the Oratrice declared Child to be guilty without any proof? Otherwise, you should have come up with a good explanation for that by now.
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decisions of the gods are naturally difficult for humans to comprehend. There is no need to provide an explanation.
Lady Furina, I believe a reminder of your current circumstances is in order. While the court is in session, the principles of justice and the law must come before all else. Archon, you are also first and foremost the defendant in this trial. You will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to withhold vital information against the rules of the court.
That kind of rhetoric against me.
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Furina. I've
She was so embarrassing.
of the court, rules that all should respect and follow.
So, you neither knew why Child was declared guilty, nor did you understand the structure and operations of the Oratrice. Instead of having been created by you, the manifestations of authority you mentioned have been made by the real Hydro Archon, haven't they?
The real Hydro Archon? Well, now you're really losing me. It is true that I did not know why the Oratrice gave out a guilty verdict that day. But the Oratrice handed out that verdict unilaterally, and it has been operating independently ever since it was first created. You can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed, that the god behind it must also be no god at all.
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses.
She's confident that
won't be able to produce proof that she has no power over the Oratrice.
My power as an Archon. There are many ordinary citizens in the audience. How can I just carelessly demonstrate the formidable power of an Archon?
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my protection to the audience.
You don't need to go that far.
A brief demonstration of our Hydra should be quite harmless. An Archon can at least match a captain. Defending pretty good, I'd say. बहुत ज़्यादा.
Or is it that you can't even wield the power of Hydro, much less the authority of a god?
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! All Archons derive their power from the faith of the people, and I've converted the people's faith in justice into Indemnitium! Thus did I give up all of my divine power to provide everyone with energy for their daily lives! Have you ever seen a more magnanimous god?
Isn't that a huge stretch?
Yeah, no matter how generous an Archon can be, how could they give up all their power? Can a god with no power even still be called a god?
Bruh!
It seems like nobody's buying Furina's excuse.
Hey, come now, everyone. Please, I'm still the same Furina you knew, right? The one that you love, please. You've got to believe me.
If what the prosecutor said is true, she really has committed a grave offense.
Did she deceive all of us? And all of our parents and grandparents too? And then all of our
Enough! That's enough. Tell me then, if I'm not the real Hydro Archon, then who is? If you have no evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence, nor can you find anyone who can back up their claim to be such, then what grounds have you to say that I'm not actually the real deal?
Wow, she came up with yet another argument. How can we refute her now? Seems like she really doesn't want to give up.
Let's try this. Bro, what is that word?
Sound right? Paimon doesn't think this clue can be used as compelling evidence to build our case.
She's definitely good. Bro, what was the word however said and make this Archon they will be worthy, bro. Not this either. Okay, then must be this, I suppose.
It has been established that all
Can dissolve it.
can dissolve in water from the primordial sea. And that...
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here and now to eliminate—
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court. Though you act in partnership with the prosecutor, you must still adhere to proper procedure.
Super sorry, Monsieur Chief Justice. I swear this really will be the last time that I'll speak out of now. I've brought some seawater from Poisson. As As everyone knows, a massive flood, including those of some of my close. So, Miss Furina, would you, if we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, touching the seawater would have no effect on you. All it should do is strengthen your case. But if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically
Super
proved the
sorry, she's so
reverse.
cute. Yes. She's
Oh,
cute.
and I must remind you that after the disaster at Poisson, nobody wants to see any more people dissolve. I do hope you'll act prudently and choose the simpler path of admitting guilt.
Navia from the Spina di Rasula. The Spina has governed Poisson for many years. I guess her suggestion is valid.
If Lady Furina is indeed just a human, she's probably Fontanian like all the rest of us. Would she really dare to try?
Lady Furina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution. As it falls outside the realm of standard court proceedings, you possess the right to decline participation.
Well, of course he had to tell her that. But refusing to participate is basically
You know, you're saying that's confusing your guild. Three-legged
Staring
design.
at the water without saying a single word. It really does seem like she's quite terrified of it.
What's going on? Is she really planning to... that's not what we thought she would...
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady Furina, you may...
Hey!
I'm fine! Look at me, everyone! Will you believe me now? I really am your Archon! I'm nothing like a normal human who would fall apart as soon as they touch this water! Was this not the most
Miss Siegeween? If you're present, Miss Siegeween, please come forward.
Siegeween? Don't be nervous. It'll just take a few seconds.
Please announce the results of your evaluation to...
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Furina was displaying symptoms of hyperventilation and flushed skin. These indicate she was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial sea.
What?
The extent to which she was affected is the same as other humans when exposed to primordial seawater of a similar concentration.
Thank you, Miss Siegeween. Lady Furina.
Oh, wait. What did she just say? I didn't get dissolved. Shouldn't that be enough to prove my innocence?
Well, considering your tendency to run from your problems, we did originally prepare a direct sample of the seawater around Poisson. However, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual human. After all, on the off chance that something entirely unexpected might... We don't want anyone else to lose...
Yeah, so out of regard for Furina's life, you secured a low concentration sample, and it's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used. Furina could have...
I can't believe... Listen to me, everyone. Please don't give me such cold and disdainful looks. What happened just now? Think about it. How can you conclusively prove that an Archon can't also be affected by the primordial seawater? Also, if I was really just a human, why would I dare to just put my hand in that kind of water?
Bro, that's...
Please, everyone, anyone, just listen to me. I swear, I really am your Archon.
Bro, no, she's crying.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. The odds are just too stacked against her now.
All
No.
the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think there's any way left for Furina to win.
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
will sway prejudice too stacked against her now.
No, please. She strikes so hard. She's doing everything.
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Furina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Furina is guilty. We shall now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale to render the final verdict on the charges.
Please, no. She's trying so hard, man.
According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, Furina is...
Well, what's wrong? What's the Oratrice's verdict?
No, the Oratrice also displays a guilty verdict.
Isn't that correct then?
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus. The Hydro Archon guilty to be punished via the death sentence.
The death sentence?
That's actually one of the available sentences? I've always thought that it was just a myth.
The death sentence has been handed out at the court, and it's been given to the very person we've worshipped as the god of justice?
Bro, no, बोला literally Hydro Archon. Oratrice ने Hydro Archon बोला है.
We just wanted to use the trial to show her the seriousness of things so she'd tell us the truth. How did things escalate this quickly?
This outcome is indeed quite strange. According to Fontaine's current definitions of justice, as well as its recommendations for criminal sentences, is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that have been committed?
Yeah! Even Fauché wasn't sentenced to death by the Oratrice. You know, the real evil mastermind behind the serial disappearances case.
Indeed. Not only is Furina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of our trial today was also to prove that Furina has never been the Hydro Archon in the first place. But now, the Oratrice seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydro Archon.
वही तो, exactly, that's my point. Hydro...
Excuse me, if I may interrupt. Is the trial still going?
Fremine, you finally made it. I assume this means you've completed your mission?
Mm-hmm. Any mission Father assigns to me will always be top priority.
Bro, जब उसने literally Hydro Archon बोला.
That the first prophecy slate? Huh. So the Knave privately arranged for Fremine to try and find the missing slip?
I looked everywhere and finally found it at the bottom of the sea. It took me a long time to... But has the trial already concluded? Then... doesn't that mean I've come too late? Oh no.
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fremine. Please allow me to review the record left on the slate. Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the other existing slates. I would like you to come here and confirm them.
भाई, but the Oratrice ने बोला है कि she is the Archon, then why like what that sentence का? Guilty कैसे हो सकती है Hydro Archon नहीं होने पे जो Hydro Archon है?
I believe I've now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime. It has to do with Fontaine's lost history.
Huh? Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? Oh, wait, no, that's Furina, and we've already proven that she's not the Hydro Archon. So when you say Hydro Archon, do you mean the real Hydro Archon we've been kinda talking about?
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be traced back to the contents of these stone slates. However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
Okay, let's try to recall the contents of the other 3 stone slates.
Bro, Furina, no, she cannot just die. Okay.
The first stone slate describes what you just said. It seems to show the previous Hydro Archon using her divine power, and then the Oceanids turn into humans.
We're gonna get interesting focus on the West, okay?
Does that mean
Yeah.
Fontanians are transformed Oceanids? Oh, Paimon wasn't expecting that. But if Oceanids can turn into humans, then perhaps the second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together. But the heavens still brought judgment down upon them. This must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontanians were branded with their original sin. Does this mean that the original sin and the Hydro Archon sin are the same thing? The third slate shows the Hydro Archon seeking into the sea surrounded by many people. Huh. That reminds Paimon, didn't we also watch that happen to someone else? Well, the fourth slate is the prophecy the Fontanians have been talking about. People dissolving into the sea, the Hydro Archon crying on her throne, and so on. We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen at first, did we? But after that incident, it was just a question of when and not if.
Yeah.
We know from the case of the serial disappearances of young women that Fontanians can be dissolved in primordial seawater. And the first stone slate tells us that long ago, the Hydro Archon used her power to turn Oceanids into humans. This might be the reason that Fontanians can dissolve.
Chica.
Perhaps what is about to take place has all happened before. The true sin of the Hydro Archon and the original sin cast down on the people of Fontaine by Celestia, as recorded on the stone slates.
ये देखते हैं फिर क्या हो सकता है
It's not as simple as falling into the sea. When Navia fell into the sea, her consciousness was subjected to judgment. The stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro Archon in the sea. Could that be alluding to the same thing?
Well, behind her, she already started crying on the throne. What?
The prophecy from the stone slates found its way into society, but not many people believed it at first. The fortress of Meropide was nearly flooded with primordial seawater, which we know can cause Fontanians to dissolve. It seems increasingly likely that the prophecy may come true. If we hadn't dealt with it in time, things could
भाई अभी guilty verdict के बाद बैठ के रो रही हूँ, bro.
They'll dissolve into the primordial sea but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the seawater, converge, and take the form of an Oceanid.
ठीक है.
The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. Perhaps this means that her sin was actually Fontaine's original sin. Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. She was surrounded by the people of Poisson in a court within her consciousness, and was forced to take part in a trial meant to make her stay. The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meripede was the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass no matter what.
Bye.
The prophecy's contents
Let's
can all
see.
be verified by recent events. If we combine what we know together, loads of truths should come to light.
Okay.
Huh? Oh, Paimon gets it now, but then it feels like we're going.
Let's hear them.
Incredible. Linny.
We're not real humans.
All Fontanians were originally created by the late previous Hydro Archon, with Oceanids as their basis. The evidence for that can be found in how only Fontanians could dissolve in primordial seawater.
Oh.
All the girls Vacher dissolved were also turned into Oceanids. Oh, and according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved, she also saw everyone gathered around for a trial. All of them in the shape of Oceanids.
Indeed.
Yeah, and it follows from the content of the first slate that she probably angered Celestia by creating humans without prior permission. That could also explain why the Oratrice judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty. It's to account for that ancient sin.
The Hydro Archon's true sin was creating us?
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the Opera Epiclese. The twists of history are all...
Yeah, isn't the image here just like when Navia fell into the sea? So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prophecy has been fulfilled in the fourth slate? In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will... Did Paimon get all that right?
You've made some keen deductions. I must
The
say,
millennials
given
need
how
power
much
as
you
a
still
frog
don't
and
know,
change on
it's
the
impressive that you already
the fuck?
managed to connect so many pieces of the... However, while you were able to decode all the information on the slates, they've also been etched with an additional layer of hidden information using... When we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information recorded in the slates. But since we only had 3 slates now that the slate collection is complete, I shall make another attempt to decipher the narrative recorded within. I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people of Fontaine as well. I will try to briefly sum your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontanians and the sin of the Hydro Archon were both correct. In the Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land.
Okay.
The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire to become of a similar kind. However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, as one of the 7, did not possess the authority to create a new form of human life. Not one to give in, she eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's primordial sea. She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanids' blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics in the process. But if Fontanians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. As a result, their forms would collapse, and they would be reverted to their original forms as Oceanids. Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race. And
Thank
thus,
you, Hydro.
all of her
Well,
creations came to shoulder the
now we are
agency
possible. Yeah.
of appropriating the power of the primordial sea. That is the true history of how the people of Fontaine first came.
So we were all Oceanians before we turned.
That's way too much information for me. I think I'm just going to pretend that I never heard a single. Wait, but if that's the truth, we can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death. After all, her only sin was creating us.
Right now.
This really might be too much information for your regular Fontanian, but it does answer.
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the third and fourth stone slates was inaccurate. The slates' respective positions are, in fact, correct. A key point of the visual on the third slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are humans rather than Oceanids. They have not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not water from the primordial sea. The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of trials and justice. Instead of being the literal element, the water in the scene symbolizes judgment and justice. You may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded by that of many others who intended to hold a trial to determine her fate. Therefore, the meaning of that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the court of justice. Yes, it refers to our present situation.
I think I'm following now. So, what you're saying is, even though we decided to put on this trial to avoid fulfilling the prophecy, in truth, everything we've done has happened exactly as the prophecy foretold. So now, it seems, we're the ones making sure it comes true.
What should we do?
Guinness Book of ये तो है.
Huh. No matter what, the prophecy will be fulfilled. Is this what it feels like to be a prisoner of fate?
Main character syndrome, lol. Yeah, bro.
Fourth slate will also be fulfilled soon?
Traveler, I would like to point out another small fallacy in your deductions. About the fourth slate, you probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the fortress of Meropide served as the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass, yes? However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, that eruption could in fact only be a small warning of something far worse to come. As for the root cause of the catastrophe, I believe you've already encountered it once before. This eruption was just a small warning of the things to come. We must find the root cause of the disaster.
It was both dream and reality.
What?
If we're talking about a true culprit, it can only be that thing inside the primordial sea, right?
The truth, the original sin, the trial, and the root cause of the disaster.
Whoa. Prophecy started, bro. They did it themselves. The hell? No, someone save them. Child! Yo, child, let's go! Child! Yo, you know what? जिसको Humulate नहीं रोक पाया, child ने रोक लिया. Let's go, bro! No! Someone save him! Bro, no!
That was way too close! How did that thing just burst into the Opera House? Wait, was that the huge whale you saw in your dream?
So we've met it at last. I understand very well why it has chosen to make an appearance here. That whale does not belong to Tevat. It is a monster that has traversed the stars, weeping all the while. It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it to grow. That is the main cause for the rising sea levels. And once it has finished consuming all of the energy contained within the sea, its next step...
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontanians out of Oceanids, she filled their blood...
Precisely. That whale finds the blood of Fontanians nigh impossible to resist. Therefore, when it left the primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop a packed opera house full of food. Food in the form of...
We just barely managed to push it back, right? In that case, won't it come back to target the people again once it's managed to recover its strength?
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank Fontine. Without him, the whale would have likely come onto land far sooner. From the way he looked, he must have been fighting the creature for quite a long time.
Oh, bhai.
Oh, maniac. We've always known that he had a special connection with that whale, but we definitely didn't expect it to help us out like this. Anyway, now that we know that this whale is the actual cause of the disaster recorded in the prophecy, all we need to do to stop the prophecy would be to find a way to beat it up, right?
पता नहीं. देखूंगा बाहर कहीं.
It had already absorbed too much of the primordial sea's energy before we noticed it. At this point, it has become practically integrated with the sea. Even if the entirety of Tevat were to be destroyed, it could still survive and swim off towards some other world.
What?
That's not something we've already done everything we can, and we
Bye,
culprit. We've come so far. You can't just tell me that the last hurdle is some impossible foe.
Indeed, that's not how a grand performance should end.
I'll fight it to the end, no matter what.
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
The prophecy. Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in
what the hell? I hope
it does not fall? Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. All you need to do is to play your
Bye. Furina, please.
What's happening with the aura trees?
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
No, I still need answers.
No! Please, no. No. She cannot just die like that. She cannot just die like that. Please no, Rina, don't die. What is this?
You.
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face is just too amusing. I couldn't help myself.
You are not Furina.
Are you?
Who are you?
Ah, the sweet sound of bewilderment. Marvelous. A sure sign that my attempt to deceive everyone was a resounding success. But to answer your question,
I'm so close, you know. What?
You know, the god.
Fosolor. Why did you deceive us?
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. But I had to fool everyone else too, if I was to stand any chance of deceiving the heavenly principles.
Deceiving the
What do you mean? Does she mean? Yeah.
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. Fontaine condemned to be flooded. One was not amused. In fact, one was positively
You're gonna say Furina Sadiwata. Obviously,
by my dearest predecessor. That's the former Hydro Archon Egeria for the uninitiated. It hardly gets more disastrous than a preordained national catastrophe, now does it? She knew full well that the prophecy would surely come to pass, and as one of the seven, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly principles at one's peril. So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather impossible situation that I found myself in. I spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. And I was almost growing barnacles by the time I finally realized there was only one possible solution to this confounding conundrum. I had to outwit the heavenly principles, allow the prophecy to be fulfilled, ostensibly at least, while saving everyone at the same time. I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume that's why Egeria chose me as her successor. Although, looking back now, it was hardly an inheritance one dreams of. Between the task of saving the nation, the quotidian duties of the Hydro Archon, and not to mention the original sin of creating a new race of humans, I dare say she left me quite a colossal mess to clean up. But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this, any more than I chose to be one of her Oceanid familiars.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed into a human by Egeria's hand.
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do, even now. In my eyes, to be human is to be part of the greatest opera ever known. After becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human being. The me you see before you now is that divinity. And the human counterpart I left behind, I named Furina. She could feel joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited, or as meek and vulnerable as she wished. Her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess, as were her shortcomings.
So basically, she is the Archon, but उसमें divinity नहीं है, and she's just a human.
But in my eyes, Furina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. The person I always wanted to be. Anyway, so then I cursed her. All part of the plan, of course. The plan to deceive the heavenly principles. Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? The Hydra Archon alone, weeping on her throne. In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited Furina to be an actress, to play the part of the Hydro Archon in the prophecy. Under the curse I placed on her, so long as I, Fosalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free to live her life in the pursuit of happiness. Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady, to forever play the part of the god from the prophecy, all to create a deceitful appearance of that prophecy coming to pass. I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the Opera Epiclese.
But Furina is only human, isn't she?
King would now figure it out.
Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other ordinary human being. I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure. It must have been torture for her.
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, I most definitely owe her an apology for it. It's been 500 years. And all along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and agonizingly painful opera of all time.
Bro, what happened? Bro, क्या हो रहा है? Entry dramatic होनी चाहिए भाई.
Oh, who permitted you to come onto the stage? Now, I understand your admiration for my august self, but I must ask you to keep to the rule. All right. It is not my intent to reprimand you. There is no need to state your name. Just be off with you. Do not distract me from my performance. Oh, do not jest. Can you not feel it? I am Fosalor. The eyes of countless Fontanians are upon me. I must, at all times, display the utmost elegance and nobility. Dear audience, the performance is experiencing a technical difficulty, but worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon enough. Hey, what gives? The audience is still watching me, you know. Guards? Wait, where are the guards? Guards! Fire hazard!
Yeah. for a mirror, Furina. Yeah, let's see what they have to tell us. Furina ही दे दिया. ये black costume में क्यों? White वाले में क्यों नहीं है? That's quite weird.
Furina. Furina.
Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me? Where are you?
Be not nervous. Be not afraid. I am before you.
Wait a moment. You're near me? How can this be?
Mirror you, huh? You know what? That's not bad. Let's go with that.
Mirror me? What?
The prophecy.
What prophecy? Wait. I know. I think. I don't know why, but it's in my head somehow. The people will all be dissolved into the and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of...
Oh.
What's going on? I can't seem to remember anything clearly. The only thing...
Yes, it will. And that is why I've come to you. Disaster will come to Fontaine sooner or later. Things will develop just as the prophecy declared. There is no escaping it.
But doesn't that mean everyone will die? I'm a Fontanian just like them.
Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this world precisely to give people a chance to turn things around. It is the reason why you met me. I will tell you how to save everyone, but you may have to suffer somewhat.
Oh, so there's still hope after all. Goodness, you frightened me. You spoke so much and with so much certainty. As for the suffering, well, I will admit that the first thing that came to mind was, why do I have to be the one to suffer? But if the prophecy will come true, I'll also die anyway, right? So if I've already met you as my magical meeting, if there were scales, with all the people of Fontaine on one side and my pain on the other, is it not obvious where the scales should tilt?
You truly are the perfect human. My ideal. I suppose this would also be the justice that belongs to you.
Huh?
Don't worry, it's nothing. Listen well. Fontaine has just lost its Hydro Archon. I need you to play a role. That of the new Archon.
Play as a god?
That's right. You must begin a never-ending masquerade. You must never let anyone suspect your identity. If you can keep it up, then I shall have my way of defying this prophecy. But should your identity be revealed, then...
But how will I do this? A human assuming the role of a god without being exposed.
Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself into a real god. You being a human yourself, I'm sure you already know what such an entity would be like. Remember, your true challenge will not be pursuing divinity, but contending against humanity.
I'm still not sure I So, how long am I going to have
to accomplish this mission? You will have to stay on the stage for many, many years. You will endure and not grow old until your task ends. promise you, all will eventually end in a magnificent and dramatic trial, and everyone
Even
is
if
the
we say-
trial. Huh. How exciting. I'll be looking for...
Okay, seems to... ओके तो वो पहले ऐसे थी देन ऐसे बन के आई जस्ट बिकॉज शी हैड टू ओके
The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession. But what should I say to most appear like a god? To be honest, I still don't know. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. And, well, I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken on the role of Hydro Archon. Indeed, I am Furina de Fontaine, your new Archon. In truth, I know little about becoming a nation's new god, but it will be my honor to guide you all as the god Focalor, the god of justice. I shall do all within my power to lead you into an age of fairness and justice. Once again, thank you all for coming. If you should have any questions or suggestions, please send them to the Maison Cardinalise. The future of Fontaine will require us to work together, after all. I thought I might stammer, but thankfully, I was able to convey my thoughts just...
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity would be a bit more assertive.
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions there at the end.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest. What's the difference between her and an
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen. She might just be a Maison-backed puppet.
Wait, what's going on? Why is everyone suspecting me of being a fake? Oh, this is bad. If I get exposed right.
No.
Mirmi said that I just need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Calm down, Furina. Think. Assertive, with a strong sense of presence. One who can dispel all doubt. That is the character I'm fated to play. Oh, very good, my people. Only ones such as you are deserving of my rule. Now, I was wondering if some weak puppet were to one day come onto the stage and claim ownership of this opera house, would the children of Fontaine follow them? Well, it seems that you would all see right through them. Having passed my test, you are qualified to witness wondrous trials alongside my august self, here in this opera house. You may consider my previous act a door gift of sorts. I thought it was a debut that suited the atmosphere. Now then, let us be reintroduced.
Ah, so that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were inside an opera house?
Her personality. It's quite shocking, to be honest, but I suppose it's a better look than before.
Such a fascinating and bold deity. How wonderful! Your future may yet be bright after all.
It seems I've turned them around. Best follow this flow and restart my accession speech. My dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith in your ardor for justice. We have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away. Well, I They say that justice is most fragrant when it blooms amid sin. The scales of justice should not weigh heavy in the hands of its God. On one side, it must carry fairness and justice. And on the other, praise and applause. May law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship. Let us light the fires and drink to the future of Fontaine. There is no trouble in this world that justice cannot solve. All that is needed is for you, my people, to believe in it, heart and soul. So long as I, the Archon Focalor, stand within the Opera Epiclese, so long as I stand before the Oratrice, I shall even judge the gods of this world!
Gosh, really very dramatic, bro. Very good. I like it. Love it. कितने सीन्स आएंगे इसमें?
Lady Furina, here are today's case reports as well as a summary of the follow-up for your perusal.
Come now, was I not just at the Opera House in person? Leave these kinds of things to Neuvillette.
Click on the scene number. Okay.
Besides, none of these trials were the one that I'm looking forward to the most.
If I may be so impertinent, what kind of trial are you truly...
A magnificent, dramatic, and wondrous trial. A trial to end all things. How could you hope to understand?
That's true, I fear I lack the ability to grasp your divine thought, Lady Archon.
No need for fright, and do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now, do your duties. The trial I await. It will come one day.
The trial was the trial herself? Damn.
Lady Furina, I don't know what to say. Thank you.
No need to thank me. Or rather, thank your own sense of perseverance instead. Long have you stood in line to meet me, have you not? Oh, I'm afraid that's just an inevitable consequence of my divine charm. All right, Deoteria, is it? How is your...
You remembered me, and you knew of my family too. He is doing much better now. In fact, he is more of an ardent believer than I. He was the one who forced me to...
People hate her personality after a question. Therapy. Wait, though, bro, this is so good.
Good.
मैं तो स्टार्टिंग से ही बोल रहा हूँ there is something she is hiding उसके like mind में कुछ है वो बोल कुछ और स्टार्टिंग से यही तो बोलने की कोशिश कर रहा हूँ तुमको they introduce her.
You're such a gentle and wise God. Thank you once again.
It's not like should do this stuff while being the Archon. Like, yeah.
Lady Furina, here are the latest hydrological reports. As for the specific parameters you asked to take...
I see. It's as I thought then. As your god, I did already expect this, but I wanted to see how far
I feel like looping again and again.
To analyze it. All manner of signs indicate that the prophecy will still come to pass. Forget it. That's not something you need to worry about right now.
Well, as I understand it, the Fontine Research Institute is also trying to find a way to counter the rising water level.
Really? Have they found anything?
I'm afraid that they haven't found any effective solution thus far.
Can you give me any Genshin? But ऐसे थोड़ी होता है. मेरे पे कहाँ से अकाउंट है भाई? नया बनाओ, खेलो, बढ़िया.
Well, no wonder. This issue has reached the realm of the gods after all.
Very cool.
The day is finally over, but it's good to see that everything's getting on track. That maybe this is fine. I just need to keep going, and everyone will be saved. Alright, Furina, don't think too hard.
Bro, that's so sad. She has to do all this just to save it people and they're doubting her.
Lady Furina, here are the new trial reports for the latest cases, as well as a summary of the...
There'll be no need for that. I've seen them already. There's no need to go back over scenes I've witnessed in...
Lady Furina, I've waited so long for this chance.
Indeed, my dear, loyal citizen.
Lady Furina, we're detecting significant hydrological...
Understood. Keep monitoring. Keep me informed should anything come up at the Institute.
Whoa.
I just don't know when these days. I feel utterly exhausted. Best to rest early today.
Bro, the whole point of playing Genshin is knowing the stories and quests, and there is no point in playing. Exactly my point. Look at her, she's doing her best every single day, trying to find a way. She's so amazing.
Lady Furina, it's like a dream being able to speak with you up close. I've heard that the first member of our family who was honored to receive an audience with you was Madame Deoteria, almost...
And what a fine family yours is indeed. It brings me great joy to meet such a faithful believer. A descendant...
Surely you exaggerate, Lady...
What is it, good citizen?
Is the days in 500 years.
Are you crying?
Really now? I didn't even notice. This must be the overflow of hydro from my person. Well, can't quite help being the god whose dominion is the waters.
No wonder. A manifestation of your power, then. Oh, Archon, I am honored to have witnessed it.
Shangling Killer Weapon, Dragon's Bane, bro. Dragon's Bane, Catch, Pavonius. In even Wave Dragon at Refinement 5 would be really good. Depend करता है तुम पे कौन सा है और तुम पे artifact कैसा है.
So interminable. Hundreds of years must have passed by now. I never imagined that it would hurt so much. Have I reached my limit?
No.
Perhaps I reached it long ago.
Please, no.
Today I didn't even notice my own tears.
Don't do that.
To tell someone, anyone about this. But would that not destroy all I've done so far?
Bro, that what you hear it fun.
I conducted so many investigations.
Oh. Yeah, they do not even several homes.
All I can do is keep heart. I must maintain this act.
You don't have to shoulder this burden alone, although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone. Your people are more than...
Share, that's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my
duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. Just share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness.
A witness?
Yes,
Yes. And if to that is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just
a spectator, aren't you?
If she's right, I could confide in her, couldn't I? But if things don't play out as expected, the people of Fontaine will want... No, Furina, you shouldn't be selfish. But what if, Furina, you've worked so hard for so long. Surely it would be okay to put yourself first for once. Is it such an outrageous thing to do anyway? To find someone
Please, no.
to confide your frustrations and sorrows? Surely...
That's why she was crying, not because people उसको माने यार को नहीं माने, just because prof अगर को नहीं मानेंगी तो they will all die. She was crying for all the people, not for herself. Bro, that was so sad. Why?
If you let this opportunity slip through
Why?
your fingers, it might never come by again. Think about it. Long.
Literally magnificent king.
No, I have nothing to say. I am Furina, the Archon of Fontaine. Everything will surely get better. All you need to do, dear spectator, is to witness my performance until the curtains...
Fine.
But exactly.
So even Furina doesn't know the truth? You've never once let her in on the full plan?
Yes, it had to be done. To deceive the heavenly principles, you must first deceive yourself. She did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5 centuries, Fontaine would have been doomed to the most tragic fate. It seems that trusting humanity was the right decision after.
I believe that I understand how your deception works. But that is only half. How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine? That is the most important thing.
Ah, good. Of course, the Iudex of Fontaine has pinpointed the crux of the issue. I'm sure you've long sensed that the Oratrice is no simple machine.
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness. And Lenny did mention that he heard a human voice within the core chamber. It now seems that that person was you, hidden within the machine all along. Am I right?
And then I became one with the Oratrice, taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes, it would seem so, wouldn't it? Alas, your understanding of this device still lacks sufficient depth. In truth, it is no enactor of justice. It is, in fact, a device created to kill the god of justice.
What? You?
I beg your pardon?
Oh, you have it. And to be more precise, not only will the Oratrice take down the god of justice, it will also take down the divine throne upon which she has been placed. I mean, did you think I would be the sort to enjoy peaceful repose while Furina suffered? My work over these last 500 years has been to constantly accumulate indemnitium within the oratories. But really, some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the device was ever used to provide power to Fontaine. The vast majority had to be accumulated to enact this death sentence.
What?
It was all a part of your plan then? Both the trial and the sentence?
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontainians for millennia had it only been used for that purpose. Almost all of it has now been stored within the oratories, but only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne, shaking the rules established by Celestia and breaking through the institution that is the Seven.
So the Oratrice's call for death was for neither Furina nor Focalor, but for the Hydro Archon. The destruction of that divine throne. If I do not misunderstand your intent,
returning what's rightfully yours to you, of course.
Oh.
In other words, this was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon of this planet.
Bro. Bro, this is very cool. So basically, they gave Newlet his power back by this organ. They just deleted Archon. Like, first of all, पहले वो deleting, like, Avon's also memory delete करने का तो ठीक था room में, but now they're just deleting Archon itself.
The authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more, O Hydro Dragon Sovereign. And this is the face you make.
all you've done throughout the years is just so you can sacrifice yourself at the very end.
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Even though I'm quite pleased at how well my deception worked. Hydro Dragon, don't cry.
No, please.
I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly principles themselves. Were they not guilty of essentially the same
Why is she the first again in bro?
Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea, and the heavenly principles stole the power you ancient dragons possessed. I, for my part, am the god of justice. And is it not just that your original powers should be returned to you? Speaking of justice, I have always believed that justice lies in the process of pursuing human. So, if the theft of the primordial sea's might was Fontaine's original sin, then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, the descent of the Fontainians as humans and their right to exist in this world would be Fontaine's original. In other words, existence was Egeria's justice, and to me, justice is the continuation of that, defying the prophecy and ensuring that Fontaine's people shall live on. That should be the justice enthroned over all at this point.
Oh, this is amazing.
Myself
like,
or all other Fontainians have shouldered the burden of this sin for far too long.
This is so fucking amazing.
Eudex Nervilette, the highest judge in our land. When you regain your full power as an elemental sovereign, what verdict shall you pass upon us?
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Eudex,
That's your idea too.
That was your idea too, at last. I now understand the true purpose behind this position. In the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living alongside them have gradually brought about mutual understanding between us. And I have even attempted to feel as they feel. You are a devious one, Fusor. Things being as they are, surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
They shall me out.
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common. Farewell, Nervalette. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
No, but then they'll have to make to do and gameplay work. हम बट चेंज नहीं कर सकते थे ना, नहीं तो फिर वही होता. No, please. No. Why? 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 Oh. No. She really had to die. Really had to die for everything. Why? You. No. 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 No, why? Why she had to die?
I, Eudex Nouvelette, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
Bro, no. Why they do that?
What just happened?
Was that bright light some sort of misdirection? I have a feeling that something huge just happened.
But since we're all still alive and haven't been dissolved, I assume whatever happened.
It's time to end this. We must mete out punishment to that beast.
Didn't you say just a moment ago that it can't be defeated?
I have gained the strength sufficient to deal with it. Through certain means, I now have the ability to separate the power of the primordial sea from that creature. We should seize the opportunity to pursue our quarry. Traveler, now that the oratories can no longer function, I require an executor to help me mete out justice, the root of the calamities befalling Fontaine, the beast that enacts the prophecy. Its name is the all-devouring. Come with me, traveler. The hour of execution has come.
Oh, that's so cool! Bro. You have to kill this thing. This thing has to die. This meet Furina and folklore suffer all the people.
We're going to execute it? But how are we going to do that? It's huge!
I've already done my best to separate the power of the primordials from the way. Considering the sun's east, I cannot reach the power source. Unless we can find a way to attack it from within. I shall share a part of the ancient dragon's power with you. We shall look for an opening together. I can feel its sorrow turning into hostility. The all-devouring narwhal cannot resist its instinct to devour. Continue to trigger its hostility. Chance will present itself.
Yeah, cool. We can have only one playable Furina. We can see her in story again. Now only playable Furina.
Let the world collide! I'll settle this.
I have granted you my protection. Do not fear. Seize the moment and use my power to support.
Oh, the best boss music. Yo, that's cool. What? What child को पैक दी? What just happened?
Thanks for helping with the cleanup. It should have been my job, but oh well. It was just supposed to be a short private training session for me. I didn't think that my disciple and my master's pet would start brawling in the meantime.
Master's pet? What? That's
Actually,
a pet.
I had a feeling that it would happen at some point, but they bumped into one another earlier than I thought.
The blender.
I wonder. I suppose I'll have to swing my sword 3 million times as penance.
That power.
What do you exactly?
Paimon has an idea. From what she said earlier, she must be Child's master.
Skirk, right?
Right? It's just that he gave us the impression that she was less talkative person.
I simply did not have anything to say to the weak.
Weak.
You,
On the other hand,
managed to defeat the devouring narwhal without using power from beyond this world.
So she's not from this world? Skirk not from this world. So because she said, yeah, दूसरी लैंड का है और फिर इसकी मास्टर्स भी दूसरी लैंड की हैं. So she's from the land. So basically she's one of the defendants, something like.
Speak to me as equals.
What?
I have to agree. It's a strange use of a planet's primordial waters just to raise an all-devouring narwhal. That kind of power is wasted on it. It's not cooperative. It eats too much. And I have more important things to do with my time than pet sitting. The only thing that creature has going for it is its looks. All in all, it fails as a pet.
Miss Skirk? I think you might have missed the point.
The point being?
Well, being that this pet almost destroyed an entire nation.
Masters.
Wait,
That
is that right?
here?
Oh, right. So you don't know him. Sorry, I assumed you did. His name is Sertologi.
Sertologi.
I am unfamiliar with that.
Huh. So Master isn't sufficiently famous. How should I describe him then? Have you heard of the name The Fowl?
The Fowl?
Still nothing? Well, how about the Visionary? Vetterfalnir then? Or Gold Rhine-daughter?
Oh!
That's one we've heard. Rhine-daughter's part of the Hexen Circle. She's Albedo's mom, right?
Oh, so you do know that name. To be honest, I also heard all of those names and titles from my master. I don't actually know them either. But I suppose you understand now, yes? My master is likely a similar sort to Rhine-daughter. They are both pursuing some form of perfection.
Didn't you
Oh.
also mention a visionary person? Paimon didn't quite catch their name.
Actually, never mind that. I believe it expedient to inform you that the all-devouring narwhal used up nearly all its strength fighting you. Such roiling hydro energies will prove difficult for the planet's deep seas to digest. As such, the Fontine back on the surface has most likely been thrown into chaos. In other words, the prophecy that you've been fretting over should now be in full swing.
What?
Not to worry. Focalor has already managed to deceive the heavenly principles.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only Furina will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
No. Yo, they don't die? Yo, they don't die.
Initiate emergency rescue.
Whoa, bro, it's very cool cutscene, bro. So Fontaine is safe, prophecy is fulfilled, but at what cost, bro? At what cost? हाँ वो तो मैं समझ गया बट it was so sad और टेक्निकली वो ड्रैगन था सॉवन ड्रैगन था तो टेक्निकली ओशन आइडिया इन सब में नहीं था तो या दैट मेक्स सेंस दैट उसको कुछ खास हुआ नहीं प्रोमेंडल वाटर से आफ्टर गेटिंग हिज फुल पावर That's amazing. They're so freaking smart. क्या खतरनाक स्टोरी लग गया.
It's a miracle.
The water's receding. We didn't dissolve.
The prophecy was wrong.
Hello Ben, welcome to the stream. क्या हाल चाल? But who is in the right menu is arcade clear machine to play? Whatever.
The soil renewed. The Smina di Rasula talks post-disaster rebuilding. I recently visited Poisson to meet old soil can still give birth to new bloom, Miss Navia stated. It's like seeing a small cookie when you're starving late at night. Skyship Winglet, Booner Brain of the Fontaine Research Institute.
तो उसके बाद वो लोग वहाँ से निकल गए थे. Okay.
On account of Mr. Edwin, have suddenly become a shield over the institute.
Bro, if not the Hydro Dragon, ape if the Tender Dragon is the Hydro Dragon development, where is the fucking Electro Dragon? You say that.
They would find it all the harder to find a word with which to
भाई इंट्रोड्यूस हो जाएंगे वो लोग भी धीरे-धीरे.
Paimon barely recognizes the people in the reports. Are those really Jurier and Navia? They sound like...
What do you think? Pretty enthralling, huh? The Steambird's idea was pretty simple. With the disaster just having passed, we would print a free edition packed to the margins with good news.
I think Raiden killed it maybe. I mean, हो सकता है उसने गलती से मार दिया पता नहीं
चला. Lies in their inevitable follow-ups. We'll publish further reports and go into the stories behind them. Edwin's assistant, Jurier, created a true flying ship, while Navia is leading people in the reconstruction of their home. I'm sure that these stories could draw even your...
Pirate's curious too! Wait a minute. Didn't we watch everything happen from start to finish?
And that's exactly why I'd like you to come conduct interviews with me. You're the best.
Are you sure? Hasn't he turned you down several times already?
Oh, this time will be different. Come on, let's head to Poisson first and then make a trip to the fortress. There are some things you'll only know when you get there.
मुझे और जानना था स्कर को बाकी चीज़ों के बारे में बट चलो ठीक है. यार बट ब्रो जस्ट थिंक अबाउट इट. क्या स्टोरी लिखी है ब्रो. मास्टरपीस. सुमेरु के टाइम से ना लोगों ने स्टोरी का लेवल एकदम अलग कर दिया. सुमेरु में इतनी अमेजिंग स्टोरी लिखी, इसमें इतनी अमेजिंग स्टोरी लिखी. मतलब इतनी अच्छी स्टोरी लिखी कि पीपल वर गेटिंग इट. उनको लग रहा था कि फुरीना अर्कॉन नहीं है, हाइड्रो ड्रैगन है, न्यूबलेट एंड एवरीथिंग, एंड दे स्टिल डोंट नो. Amazing.
On how things are going here. Oh, the Fatui are here too. Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Garunt Snezhevich. He represented the Knave in sending us a large amount. Our residents are hard at work as well. Thanks to everyone, work is progressing nicely.
Hello, Miss Charlotte. I'm a big fan of yours. I especially like that article you wrote last year about Fontaine Street. But if you don't mind, could you not emphasize too much in your report? It's not charity we're doing here.
हाँ तो बट अगर तुम्हारा एक ड्रैगन मर गया तो ड्रैगन रीबॉर्न हो जाता है ना. तो someone else should be reborn.
Or would you be willing to feature as friendly neighbors?
That would be fine.
Oh, you're back too. How are things?
We finished laying down the construction materials. It'll be another hour before the workers are able to go over there.
Bhai saab, amazing.
Well, her reputation's greatly risen after that whole...
That's why I love Genshin, bro. The story will actually get, like, you know, in full swing. Amazing. Amazing.
There's too much to consider in the reconstruction of Poisson.
It was about the Archon only, now they're involving secrets right in fucking Celestia, obviously. अभी तो अबे halfway through आ चुके हैं. 2 region बचे हैं उसके बाद Celestia and Canria. मतलब we're already halfway through the Genshin story, so हाँ कुछ तो करना पड़ेगा ना.
Oh my god! There's lots of exciting material there, I bet.
Forget it. I'm sure you can find a better theme than that, Miss Charlotte.
I see you're the same as always. Couldn't you do me a favor, for Navia's sake? Well, if we're talking about doing things for my sake, you might as well just take a few more photos of me. Or of the Traveler. It's better than wasting time persuading Chlorand at any rate. Of course I will. I'm not gonna let her off that easy. Alright, then everyone who wants to be in the photo, gather up. And smile!
Was it a good shot? Did Paimon look
No, right?
Not bad. Your addition really helped the composition of the
Because
picture.
this Archon quest,
hang on a moment.
because
Let's
there's
snap a few more shots.
seriously, this Archon quest made people guilty. People guilty for no
Back here later anyway, so
thinking if Furina is a bad person, Furina is stupid, her personality is bad, and whatever she's doing nothing. She don't know anything, and they actually made people guilty about her. And no, that's why it's like really.
You're very quick.
speed is of the essence when it comes to the news, and freshness is the key. Also, not to brag, but I'm pretty good at building connections. Who knows? I might eventually get that interview with you after all, Miss Clarend. Wow, you really do have that never say die spirit. I'm impressed.
I'll hazard a guess that this is how you got that interview at the Fortress of Meripede.
Who told Monsieur
That's a
Why not?
very complete information chain.
In truth, all Monsieur Neuvillette asked me was, when did the fortress become so friendly? I told him that it was best not to speak too soon. There's no guarantee that rides.
You're right. I've got to treasure every moment I have with them.
I love it. I love the quest. I love Genshin.
Stay safe now. And tell me if you hear anything interesting. I'll treat you to afternoon tea in exchange.
Amazing. मेरा पीठ में क्यों जा रहे हैं मैडम? That's नाले भाई फुरीना से क्यों नहीं मिले हम? Should meet Furina, right? She ना लगा ये है तो फिर फरीना meet her.
Wow, guess we're here again, huh? There's a real nostalgic feeling to this place.
Looks like you've been missing us.
Duke, did you come all the way to the entrance to greet us?
Of course. I'm here to welcome you and our dear Miss Charlotte, whom our good head nurse recommended to me.
It's an honor to finally meet the much-rumored Duke. Thank you for consenting to my visit to the fortress, sir.
No need to thank me. But that said, I shouldn't be the focus of your interview. I trust you recall our agreement?
True.
All right then, this way.
Wow, again?
Hey, no need to be so nervous. I've already taken all the photos we need. Miss Charlotte, do these pictures really need to be published on the cover of the Steambird?
It would seem that Miss Lorvine doesn't want her face to appear beside that of Mr. Jurier,
Sir, please don't say things like that.
But it looks like dear Mr. Jurier denies it. Might this interview be very important to you then?
No, I just...
Yeah, like...
This is my first time being interviewed.
Come on.
I'm very thankful to the Steam...
तुम लोग सब ऐसे ही कह रहे थे कि Furina is like that, Furina is like that. मैंने बोला था there must be something. That's why she is acting like this. ऐसा हो ही नहीं सकता इस type से वो हो पूरे time without any reason.
That brought about a miracle, the ark that saved the people. Why, you recreated a myth back there, like an emissary of legend. Still, if I might ask, where's that flying ship now?
Looks like Charlotte's trying to get herself another exclusive scoop.
I have to apologize, but that ship is presently in the bowels of our factory. I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to get a shot of it.
Really? Well, then in that case, could I have an interview with you to make up for that?
You already know my answer, I'm afraid. Best you interview our head nurse instead. Or perhaps you'd like to take another...
Did you really have to use the word couple? Well, then, 2 solo photos will do.
Is my hair messed up? Please, someone help me have a look.
Things sure are getting pretty lively here. We've seen this kind of thing before. Oh, seems like everyone's here. Would any of you like to try this new drink I came up with?
Ah, Siegeween.
Hey, Miss Charlotte. Why don't you, take some pretty photos of our head nurse? Sure. Come on, Miss Siegeween. Over this way.
वो लोग गायब हो जाएंगे मुझे लग रहा है.
Sure. Do I have to smile? So, how have things been at the fortress?
No said that she was hiding something in a...
Same old, as you can see. Fontaine's undergone some changes, but this place is still more or less the same.
Other than that flying ship, it got a tad too much attention, I think.
That's why I decided to let the interview go through. We should direct more public opinions toward the behind.
You're too kind, sir. I believe that you two...
Okay. Let me meet Furina, bro. She must be sad.
Things happened that day, huh? Anyway, regarding that Harbinger, I'm not sure you remember, but his 3 young followers are still waiting for his return.
He sure did win them over, huh?
I'll tell them that there's good news and bad news. The good being that their boss seems fine, and the bad being that they must face extended sentences for abetting his escape.
Oh, actually, what about you? Are things gonna change for you too?
What change can there be? The fortress will keep chugging along, and so will my duty. As to what Miss Furina's departure will mean for the nation, and if our laws and governance will be transformed, we'll leave those to the folks in the overworld.
Furina's departure to where?
Photo shoot's
Huh? Where does Furina going? Where is Furina going? What the hell?
Thanks for your cooperation. Come on, traveler, let's go. Till next time, everyone.
There'll be a next time?
Maybe. Who knows? I might write a story about the under... All right. Last stop, the docks.
हो गया उसका sensation. What? No, bro. ऐसे थोड़ी. Oh no, mirror. So good. स्टार्ट यहीं से हुई थी. Not ignored, bruh. No, स्टार्ट यहीं से हुई थी. एंड भी यहीं पे करेंगे क्या ये?
Navia mentioned that she stayed in touch with Linny and the others after working together. Apparently, they've been at the docks distributing these strange pockets the whole time.
Traveler, Paimon. Ah, and Miss Charlotte, too.
Would you like a magic pocket?
What sort of gadget?
It's a wondrous bag that can be used to carry many things. The water level has returned to normal, but if you see any of your things floating around, you can use this to carry them.
Bye.
Trick a friend into doing it for you.
Yeah.
Trick a friend? I wonder...
You could just make a friend like Fremine here. Isn't that right, Fremine?
Is this what you meant by...
To be honest, that sounds pretty sweet. Could I have your contact, please?
Sure.
You sure are working hard to help Fremine socialize.
He was the one who proposed doing this. He even wants to assist in our magic shows.
Yes, I was planning to first introduce Pear as an assistant, and later Fremine himself. In the future, I think we can...
That said, would
बाकी सब तो ठीक
to
है.
see a diver escape
But
underwater?
लिनी ने ऐसे स्टॉकिंग टाइप क्यों पहन रखा है? लिनेट का तो समझ में आता है, but why लिनी?
Begins with the first step. He'll become a part of our show eventually.
Lynette, could you come over? Miss Charlotte says she wants to take a picture of us.
Got it.
My, that Charlotte is
Like,
rather
why
perceptive.
leave the intro gang
The
alone?
moment she realized
Why is being stalking and shit, bro?
So, How have things been, traveler? Father says that you did a great deal during the latest events.
That's all right. We were more than happy to help. So...
Oh, I guess you haven't. After Lady Furina left, Father and Monsieur Nervillet opened negotiations, during which he gave Fontaine's gnosis to her as a diplomatic gift.
A diplomatic gift? A gnosis?
Yes, I was quite surprised at first myself.
But
when I thought it over, there were actually a number of things. It could have been done as an apology for the incident with Lord Child, or as thanks for his help in tying the all-devouring narwhal down. Furthermore...
But where is Furina going?
Significant aid to Fontaine and
That's true, but this is a gnosis we're talking about.
That means fantasy, I guess, but still...
I would agree, but I've also heard that it seems that Monsieur Nervillet has had a significant change of heart regarding the matter.
So there's some reason for this that only Nervillet knows about?
I suspect you'll have to ask him about that yourself. Ah, yes, speaking of which, I did see him strolling around the entrance to the Fortress of Meripede a while.
Isn't he real busy? But back to the topic. The gnosis was given to the knave, right? What about Child?
They say that he's returned to
Yo,
Snezhnaya
Frothy,
to
welcome to the stream.
recover
Kya hal
from his
chal?
wounds. I hear that the recent disaster really did a number on his health.
That's true. When you think about it, we've had loads of run-ins with the Fatui. To think we'd be allied with them this time.
So shocked by such a simple switching of sides?
Oh, mommy, hello. Senpai thumbnail वाला font कौन सा है? अरे देखना पड़ेगा मुझे, रुक चेक करके बताऊंगा मैं. मैं finish the quest, will not meet Furina. क्यों? What? नहीं, I wanna meet Furina.
Mind. I would have done them regardless.
Are you going to take the gnosis back to Snezhnaya?
That is our duty as harbingers, yes. Don't be too preoccupied with sides. The goal of the Fatui concerns not a single place or person, but the entire world. With such a grand goal in mind, it is inevitable that we must wear many masks. Switching my masks is something I've always done. Well, that depends on many things. No one truly knows what the future holds.
I wanna meet Furina.
Honesty if you can't rely on it forever. As for you, I very much look forward to our next collaboration. Good things cannot be achieved alone, and you've proved yourselves to be great partners. A vision? All right. I'll remember to...
And that's a wrap for me. Huh?
You are.
Greetings, Miss Journalist.
Hello. If I'm not mistaken, there are diplomatic channels I'll need to report to take a photo of you.
That is correct. So forgive me, but I will not be able to serve as a subject in your article. However, feel free to write as much as you'd like about our dear magicians and our upcoming rookie talent.
I will.
The sea breeze is quite pleasant. I shall continue my walk while the weather remains so agreeable. Farewell.
Farewell, Father.
Oh, she has such an intimidating presence. I didn't even dare to take a picture. Thankfully, I've already wrapped up all my pre-scheduled interviews.
Created directly to Snezhnaya. True, that's so funny, bro.
Why don't you take a magic pocket before you go? Here, traveler, Paimon, you take one too.
To move things about?
That's right. Funny. I was giving out magic pockets when we first met too. I guess this must be life. We will all follow our own path. We'll be handing out pockets in some other districts later, so we'll get going now.
Well, guess we sent Charlotte off. Shall we go see what Nervillet's doing? As long as he's not so busy that
Furina, bro. We wanna see Furina. I wanna see Furina. Hell. Doraemon pocket. Okay. ये भी ठीक है, origins of Doraemon pocket. Wanna see Furina. Oh yeah, I know. Furina क्या स्टोरी क्वेस्ट तो है ना. I will do Furina story quest. Fuck this shit. आज नहीं, कल. I don't know. I don't care. I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll do it. I wanna meet her. She did so much, bro. No. Acha, basically they think she's dead na. Even the क्या नाम है, फैमिली प्रिंसिपल को फुल बनाने के लिए तो उसको तो निकालना ही था. Okay, fair enough. Even think she's dead, so she has to go. After the death sentence and stuff. Okay, fair enough. ठीक है, I get that. But why? Bro, you don't do UMA quest like what the fuck. करना है यार, but मेरे को मौका नहीं मिल रहा है कुछ.
He said to greet me earlier when he passed this way. In any case, you came at a good time. I was just considering reaching out to you to set up a meeting, so I may explain some things that I haven't.
Paimon's glad that you remembered. Thank you for keeping us on your mind, what with you being busy and... Alright, let's have it then. How was Fontaine actually saved? The whole business is still quite the mystery.
It is strange how words can often leave a bitter taste in the mouth when it finally comes time to say them out loud.
Yeah.
Whoa. So that's what happened?
For me, the authority of the ancient dragons refers to absolute control over the hydro element. Fontanians were incomplete humans born of Egeria's use of the power of the primordial sea, with constitutions similar to that of nymphs. But so long as those primordial energies remain within them, I could use the ancient dragon's authority to grant them true blood, after the fashion in which life was first brought into being on this planet. In other words, when I gave my verdict, Fontanians became true humans, and thus would naturally no longer be dissolved by water from the primordial sea.
जो भी क्या है, बैकग्राउंड में क्या है, कौन से बैकग्राउंड में? बैकग्राउंड में कौन से बैकग्राउंड में?
Yeah, and in a manner of speaking, Folsom really managed to fulfill the original Hydro Archon's wish to turn Oceanids into
It seems from your expressions that you still have more things you wish to ask. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it. I have investigated his case along many avenues, and I have learned that he once fell into an unknown chasm when he was young. There, by chance, he awakened the all-devouring narwhal. But whether it be by sentiment or reason, that should not have been enough to consider him the root cause of the disaster. At most, he would have had tangential liability. As for the judgment passed by the oratrice during the trial, whether it was due to that liability by association or Focalor deliberately using him to buy time for us on the assumption that he would be able to hold the creature off, I cannot say.
Guess Focalor had Fontanians in mind the whole time. In the end, it was thanks to her that they finally became real humans. Hang on a second. Paimon suddenly got another question. Back when Fontanians hadn't yet become real humans, were the children they had also transformed Oceanids?
Life has always flowed like water. Do you recall how Fontanians would often come to the Fountain of Lucine to...
Yeah! Lynette said the fountain is where all the waters in Fontaine converge.
In truth, even those couples did not know that such prayers were no mere custom, but instead a form of ritual. Those Oceanids who were blessed within the spring water would later descend as new humans in the coming months.
Paimon sorta gets it now. Either way, seems like this ritual won't be of any further use, but it'll probably live on as a local custom.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Yeah, about that. Leslie said Furina has already left. What's that all about?
Ah, Lady Furina. The people are only aware that her death sentence has not been carried out. She abdicated the post of Hydro Archon and left affairs related to that title to me before leaving the Opera House. I related Focalor's words to her faithfully and completely. After hearing them, she seemed neither saddened nor comforted. She simply said that she was tired and needed to rest. Having said that, she then packed her things and moved out of the Opera House, not unlike how an ordinary person might.
But she's still got a place to stay, right?
You need not worry. I will make arrangements to ensure that she will not want for food, clothing, board, or travel. In truth, I am somewhat happy for her. The wear and tear on her spirit will, of course, take time to heal. But now that she no longer has to play the role of Focalor the Hydro Archon, she can finally lay down her burdens and lead a normal life.
Then, what are your plans now that you've regained your full power?
After Focalor passed on, the Oratrice also ceased to function. This matter will directly affect our trials. After much careful consideration, I've decided to take over its role in our courts. From now on, I shall hear cases and pass verdicts by myself.
Looks like you're still considering stuff from the perspective of the Udex, huh?
As an elemental dragon, there are indeed many things that I must do. But this power and this duty, in a manner of speaking, you could say that both were granted. As such, before I attend to my other responsibilities, I must first and foremost continue to serve Fontaine as its highest judge. The duty of the Hydro Sovereign and the duty of the Udex shall coexist within my person. Additionally, the Hydro Archon's departure has brought about another problem, which is that the Opera House shall no longer produce indemnitium.
That's true. That power was derived from the people's faith in the Hydro Archon, wasn't it? Wait, but the various mechs and machines in the city are all still okay.
As I am now, I have full command over New Musia, and it can serve as a complete substitute. Another reason why I cannot quite leave Fontaine immediately.
Wow. This ancient dragon's authority stuff is really quite useful, huh?
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Oh, that's right! They say you've given it to the knave as a diplomatic gift or something!
Leaving aside their intentionality, the two Fatui Harbingers have indeed done much for us during this crisis. Their sole remaining goal in Fontaine, at least at this point, would seem to be the Gnosis. The Oratrice has ceased to function. The Hydro Archon's divine throne is now no more, and I do not need the Gnosis's power. As such, it has lost all meaning for Fontaine. If the Fatui have impure designs, then we might as well accede to their request now, and avoid unnecessary conflict.
What complicated considerations! Paimon mentioned just giving them out of gratitude to the knave and as an apology to Child.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it. You will soon be heading to Natlan, I presume?
Yeah.
I'm afraid that I have little talent as a travel guide, so all I can do is tell you what I know about that land.
Good.
As far as I'm aware, Natlan can be said to be a nation of dragons.
A nation of dragons? You mean like you?
No, I suspect that I would not find myself welcome there. Unlike ancient dragons such as myself, the dragons of Natlan have undergone long years of development and evolution. Large numbers of them have entered a form of coexistence with humanity. Natlan is also the
No
nation
question about sibling. What the hell? She's like, I don't wanna ask. But you know, इससे previous to previous Archon quest में पूछा तो था कि पहली Archon quest में sibling के बारे में. तो I think इसलिए नहीं पूछ रही होगी. Newlet से इतना पूछा था पहले first Archon quest में sibling के बारे में. So he said I don't know anything or something and something. तो
I suggest that you fully prepare yourself before going to Natlan. In the meantime, Fontaine's doors will always be open to you. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Hang on a sec. Paimon's still got a question about when we spoke to Linny earlier. He mentioned that your attitude towards giving
Capitan Aura, wow, Dendro can breed.
We guessed that there might be some reason for it that only you were aware of.
No wonder the House of the Hearth is the Fatui's intelligence division. They are certainly. So regarding this specific issue, I was just getting ready to share something with you.
What is it?
In truth, I exchanged some further words with that lady named Skirk after sending you two back to the surface. It went something like this.
Oh.
What next?
The all-devouring narwhal isn't here, so I'm no longer getting any interference. I can finally catch the scent of your power, what it's made of. It is the authority of the planet's primordial dragons, but with something very similar to a god's curse mixed in. It's quite a novel blend. I'm sure I've encountered something like this before. What was it again?
I do not know what you speak of.
Of course. How could I forget? You should have the remains of the third descender on your person, yes?
Remains? I've never heard of any such thing.
According to your parlance, I believe it may be called a gnosis.
Well, that much is true. After Focalor's divinity faded, she handed her gnosis to me. But I fear I have never heard of it described in the manner that you just did.
I've been training with my master, the Fowl, ever since I was young, and I have never returned to the surface since. So most of the information I possess, I got from him. It is only natural for those who are greater to possess a different sort of common sense, which is why there are so many problems in our attempts to communicate. Regardless, you should probably get rid of objects of misfortune to prevent any disasters from befalling you. Life itself is a blessing, but once a person dies, the bonds he once had with this world shall all turn to curses.
That's why सारे are gonna छोड़ दिया gnosis Venti ने, Raiden ने, सबने.
My personal thoughts and my reason for no longer wishing to return to
तो जैसे ही वो अपनी gnosis छोड़ देते हैं, ठीक हो जाता है problems.
Who are they? And when did they die?
Master never mentioned them to me. Perhaps it just wasn't that important for me to know. If you're interested, though, I could ask him. I'll be sure to pass the answer on to you next time.
Next time? You believe we will meet again?
I do. Wait. I have a disciple of my own, don't I? He can be the messenger then.
भाई वो funny था उसका child को फेंकना. Wow, that's so freaking funny.
That's what she told me. Whether it would prove useful or not, I wanted to pass that information on to you.
The remains of the third descender? So that's what the gnosis actually are. Paimon just thought they looked like chess pieces. How could they be a person's remains?
All the same, assuming that there was no misunderstanding or special metaphor at play, that is what she meant to say.
And she said that it would bring misfortune and that you should check it, which is why you gave it to the
If she speaks the truth, then I would simply be putting Fontaine at unnecessary risk by keeping it here. I had guessed that you might already be familiar with this concept, but I did not expect you to be one of them. That means that the Gnosis, which are exceedingly element compatible and can even enhance elemental abilities, do indeed come from the third descender. I wonder, does your body also possess similar properties?
Like being able to use elemental powers without a vision. That does sort of count as special compatibility, right? No, let's not think about this stuff right now.
Just creepy. उसको मैं दोनों की का काम करेगा यार.
That's what you say, but this topic still feels like bad luck. Let's tile hope recovers. Let's get some more answers out of him. Or go look for his master and get the answers that way.
I too believe it unwise to make too many blind guesses when information is lacking. The same is true of being at court.
Alright. Whatever the case, it seems like the crisis here in
Yes. All the Fos...
But she sacrificed herself in the end as a god, and she suffered through all those years as a human. Was that really...
I suppose that would be the mystery of a god's will. I suspect not. But once in a while, I too would guess that if wishes were like the clouds in the sky, they will one day return to the earth as raindrop. Life flows like water, and rain is the final answer. The water levels may sometimes tilt one way or another, but the rain, and what ultimately is the difference between the rains that fall upon all of us.
Bro, that was epic. That quest was epic. That quest was epic. ये क्या आ रहा है? ये तो बस आंसर करने के लिए होगा. दोबारा से बात करूँ वही आंसर करने पे आ जाएगा.
It seems from your expressions that you still ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it. I suggest that you fully...
ठीक है. गायब हो गया क्या? नहीं हैगा. बट यार फुरीना नहीं है. फुरीना को क्वेस्ट करनी पड़ेगी भाई. लिटरली फुरीना की क्वेस्ट करनी पड़ेगी मुझे. ना meet her again bro. Like she did all of that for nothing for the people. ना यार मैं सोचा ही नहीं. सोचे तो सब मत है.
Thank you for
That's big. Huge. That's big PP thinking. वो भी कर लिया तुमने. बहुत बढ़िया. नहीं बचाओ बस कुछ भी किए बिना. Nonetheless, it was a good quest. It was an amazing quest. I'm so happy that I pulled her. This is basically her form as a Archon, and this is normal Furina. That's why this is better. This is not an egg, bro. मैं pull करने पहले कर दिया था Archon quest. Whoa, damn, that's good. Yeah, I did get the treasure compass today. I did get the treasure compass today. Oh, bhai. That was a lot of information. I'm skipping for Navia. Oh, acha. See, cool. Good luck. Yeah, like amazing, bro. The Sumeru Archon quest तो गजब थी, but they raise up this standard एक में. मुझे लगा फर्स्ट सेकंड थर्ड पार्ट इतना अच्छा नहीं था, but ठीक लास्ट पार्ट. अरे क्यों आ गया? मुझे उधर जाना था. पहले तो मुझे खाली करना पड़ेगा ना इसको. ही सब कुछ बनाने के लिए. लेट्स गो. फॉन्टेन एक्सप्लोर कर देगा तुम्हारा. फॉन्टेन एक्सप्लोर कर देगा पूरा. ऐसी मोटिवेशन अगर मिल जाए ना किस तरीके से तो मजा आएगा इतना. So good, bro. Totally button. Amazing. Quest. Yes. Okay. Let's go. I hope after the complication of world the weapons they have connected the MC to the Honkai. हमें कुछ भी हो सकता है वो. अब तक उन्होंने outworldly things को लेके आने लग गया ना इतनी easily. Like the Narwhal को आज easily ला रहे हैं. Skirk और बाकी लोगों का बता रहे हैं. Rhine Daughter का बता रहे हैं. Traveler इन सबको इतनी easily बता रहे हैं. Even Dragon को भी उन्होंने मैच कर लिया है. No season वो सब stuff से Outer Defenders से. तो technically they might connect the whole Hoyo universe आपस में easily. They can do that. I mean इतनी story बना सकते हैं तो they can do that as well. I don't have any doubt. हाँ अब तो कोई doubt करने का मतलब ही नहीं है bro. They're like literally so good at this stuff. This is it for today. We'll be doing Furina's quest soon, probably tomorrow या soon. I'll miss her though उसके बाद उससे पहले, but this was amazing. This was amazing bro. चलो बढ़िया है. Oh, but today it is good. Imagine Zhongli Buzz versus Remako. Oh mom, nice. So बढ़िया. चलो, so this is it for today guys. मजा आया. बाकी का सागर वाला क्या नहीं सब यार रे बिल्कुल करो यार. ये भी कोई पूछने की बात है. सब करो, लाइक करो, शेयर करो, सब्सक्राइब करो, सब कुछ करो. बट आज के लिए हमारी स्ट्रीम खत्म हो चुकी है. अदर थिंग्स टू डू. I'll be leaving for now. So I'll see you guys tomorrow, most probably. Bye. Say bye to Furina. Look at her, she's so cute.
I guess I'll post a commission at the Adventurers Guild.